Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
This is count 3 and count 4. If you're speaking with my trial partner, I would be willing to do, if he was to watch the video, the drug diversion program we have, as well as pay court costs, then I would be willing to do a null pros of 3 and 4.
Okay, I hate that I keep doing a monkey wrench on you, but if you're going to do the diversion, I cannot order court costs on those 2 counts. I can order them on the other 2 counts, but I can't order them on those 2 counts because you're no process.
I apologize for that. I will
That's
make
okay.
those 2. The court cost as to count 3 and count 4.
Okay, so just to recap, count 1, withhold and court costs. Count 2, withhold $100 fine and court costs. Counts 3 and 4, watch or read the diversion program information, and then you will know process.
Yes, Your Honor.
Perfect. Mr. Volker, do you need time to discuss that?
Well, first of all, Your Honor, we're not appointed to this defendant. I think he was withdrawn from us for non-indigency. But we do have the printed up version of the, what do you call it? The diversion packet that he can read while we're sitting here. As a friend of the court, we can provide it.
Okay. Let me see here. I'm not sure why you would have been withdrawn because I'm looking at his application of January 27th and it shows that you're appointed.
It doesn't say that was, I thought
Oh, mine.
was withdrawn for non-indigency.
Well, you were previously, but he completed another application.
Okay. Well, in that case, by all means, Your Honor, I didn't realize that.
That's okay. We worked together to come up with this information.
Okay. So we are appointed then, is that what you're telling me?
Yes, sir.
He's got a PD app? Okay.
Yes, sir.
May we have a moment to speak with him?
All right, then I will recall it. And if he decides to take it, have him go ahead and read that before he comes up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, put that mask back up over your face. Jacob Zipperer, Mr. Tinsley. I'm calling your case.
Oh, thank you, Judge.
29, 30, 31.
What's the name, Judge? My thing doesn't have.
Jacob Zipperer. Zipperer.
Oh, Zipperoa.
Yes. Good morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
That's Jacob Zipperer. Z as in zebra, I, P as in Peter, P as in Peter, E-R, E-R. My date of birth is 10/9/89.
Thank you, sir. Appearance for defense.
Stephen Tinsley, counsel for Mr. Zipper.
Mr. Tinsley, is that a plea form in your hand?
Yes, Judge. May I have it?
You can. Or the deputy can come help you out with that, whichever.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna give it to her first. Yeah. Sir, while we're waiting on the clerk, raise your right hand to be sworn, please. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You can lower your hand. Teamwork, girl. Teamwork. Sir, I've been provided with the plea form. Did you read it?
I did.
Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have enough time to speak with your attorney about it?
I did.
Are you satisfied with his services?
I am.
Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer?
No, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, but I wish I was.
I don't know that's really what you want to say while you're in the process of doing a plea.
When I made that joke yesterday, I mentioned that too.
You know, and I also don't think that's the comment you want to make when I'm getting ready to put you on probation and there will not be any alcohol or drugs. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So now that your comedic relief moment is over, paragraph 3 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights. Do you agree to waive those rights in exchange for the court accepting this plea today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it would be grounds for deportation?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt, 12 months supervised probation, attend and complete the DUI level 1 school, complete any recommended treatment, if there is any, 50 hours of community service to be completed at a minimum of 5 per month. You can do more than that if you would like, but it's a minimum of 5 per month until they are completed. Victim awareness panel, 10-day vehicle impoundment, 6 months driver's license suspension, $500 fine, and court costs. The financial obligation is $966. That will be payable at the rate of $97 per month. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am, I do not.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Next, we have 2019 TR 34264. That is a traffic infraction for allegedly going 83 in a 50. Mr. Tinsley, I am not inclined to dismiss that.
Judge, would you give him a withhold? Will give him 90 days to make the payment?
I will give him a withhold and I will make it payable as part of his probation.
Very good, Judge.
So that'd be payable at the rate of $36 per month as part of your probation under 2019 CT 2658, and it'd be a withhold of adjudication. 2019 TR 34342, the court will dismiss in light of your plea. Sir, you're going to need to report to probation within 24 hours of your release from jail. Your attorney will have the phone number on him, because I don't expect you to remember it. It will also be on your paperwork. Do you happen to have an email address that we can forward your paperwork to?
Yes, ma'am. I can give it to you verbally right now, or I also put it down on my plea.
Oh, what's it on there? Let me see. Well, I don't see it on your plea, so if you could give it to me verbally.
Yes, ma'am. That's standards.entertainment@gmail.com. My attorney, Mr. Tinsley, should also have that information.
So it's standards ending in an S dot entertainment@gmail.com.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
That paperwork will be emailed to you. The number for probation is also on there. Call them within 24 hours of your release, because if you don't, they will report it to the court as a failure to report, which will result in a violation. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Yes. What's?
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome, Mr. Tinsley. Have a good day. I wonder if they've been updated on.
The one?
No, or they updated on my website. Because we looked before and you told me his name wasn't on the piece.
All right, well, I'll check, and if, I'll check the website, and if not, I'll send Mary the updated ones we did.
Detective, you want to come on up? Mr. Volker, give me a moment, please.
Okay, Your Honor.
Eden Herrera Martinez.
I believe he needs
I
the
believe we'll
interpreter.
need an interpreter for this one.
Yep, I'm already calling him.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Laura Bretaña, Spanish interpreter. The interpreter has already been sworn.
Good morning, Ms. Britanna. It's 2020 CT 286. We are in 4 Echo, but we have the jail feed, so it's piping through the courtroom.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Buenos días, señor. Por favor, diga su nombre y fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Mi nombre es Edwin Armin Herrera Martínez y mi fecha de nacimiento es 8/5/86.
My name is Eddie Herrera Martinez and my date of birth is 8/5/86.
Sir, you're here this morning for 2 counts, well, 2 different cases, but 2 are no valid driver's license. Each are second-degree misdemeanors. Oops, sorry, Ms. Britanna, I forgot.
Señor, usted se encuentra aquí esta mañana ante 2 acusaciones diferentes, ambas por conducir sin licencia válida y ambas son faltas de segundo grado.
Each are second-degree misdemeanors,
Ambas son faltas de segundo grado.
individually punishable by up to 60 days in jail, 6 months probation, and a $500 fine.
Cuya pena máxima por cada una de las acusaciones es de hasta 60 días de cárcel, hasta 6 meses de régimen de libertad vigilada y $500 de multa.
State, is there an offer in this matter?
Fiscalía, ¿hay alguna oferta en este asunto?
Your Honor, for the first case, it would be a withhold, $200 fine, and court costs. For the second case, it would be an adjudication of guilt, $100 fine, advanced driving improvement, and court costs.
Sí, su señoría, para la primera acusación la oferta es dictamen de culpabilidad en suspensión, una multa de $200 más el pago de las costas judiciales. La oferta de la segunda acusación es dictamen de culpabilidad, $100 de multa, el curso avanzado de reeducación vial y el pago de las costas judiciales.
Mr. Volker, do you need a few moments to speak with him?
¿Necesita un momento para hablar con el acusado?
Your Honor, my notes indicate we were withdrawn from this case for non-indigency as well.
I'm sorry, counsel, could you please repeat?
My notes indicate we were withdrawn from this case for non-indigency as well.
Su señoría, lo que sucede es que mis notas indican que se ha retirado nuestra representación en este caso porque el acusado no está en estado de indigencia.
And this time your notes would be correct.
Y sus notas están correctas.
Sir, the state's offer in the first case is a withhold of adjudication, $200 fine, and court costs.
Señor, la oferta de la Fiscalía en cuanto a la primera acusación es dictamen de culpabilidad en suspensión, $200 de multa más el pago de las costas judiciales.
The amount that would be due in that case, if you choose to accept their offer, is $478.
Si usted deseara aceptar esta oferta en cuanto a la primera acusación, la cantidad adeudada sería de $478.
For the second case, it would be an adjudication of guilt, a $100 fine, and court cost.
En cuanto a la segunda acusación, se impondría dictamen de culpabilidad, $100 de multa más el pago de las costas judiciales.
The amount that would be due in that case, if you choose to accept their offer, is $378.
Si usted desea aceptar esta oferta, la cantidad adeudada por la segunda acusación sería de $378.
Is that something you would like to consider to resolve these two cases today?
¿Desearía usted considerar estas ofertas para resolver ambas causas hoy?
Sí, acepto.
Yes, I accept.
All right, then what I'm going to ask you to do is when we're finished speaking, to have a seat.
Muy bien, entonces lo que le pediré que haga es que una vez hayamos terminado de hablar, tome asiento.
The attorneys that are over there will provide you with a Spanish plea form.
Los abogados que se encuentran allí le entregarán un formulario declaratorio en español.
Make sure you read it.
Asegúrese de leerlo.
Make sure you understand it.
Asegúrese de entenderlo.
Once you have signed it, let them know,
Y una vez lo haya firmado, por favor, les deja saber.
and we will recall you.
Y entonces se reconvocará su causa.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene alguna duda?
No, ninguna. Muchísimas gracias.
No, none. Thank you very much.
All right, if you could have a seat, please.
Muy bien, entonces por favor tome asiento.
Mr. Volker, do you need those terms so that that plea form can be done?
I believe we have them.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bertana. We'll call you back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jorge Huuelos?
Your Honor, we'd like to waive and plead not guilty. He was taken away by corrections officers.
Oh, that's the one that was having the behavior problem?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's see. What? You don't need to bring this down here. Let this be ready. At this point, we'll leave it known. Yeah. Mr. Volker, I don't see an application.
Okay. Well, we'll have to get one from him. He probably filled in the initial appearances, but if it wasn't filed, we'll have to get another one.
I'm not seeing it. And I'm not seeing that your fee was assessed, which tells me that we probably did not get one.
Okay.
At this point, we will enter a not guilty. I'm going to go ahead and in an abundance of caution, put it on the public defender day, but you're going to need an application.
Okay. I'll put it in notes.
That'd be February 16th if out of jail, February 18th if in jail.
February January, I'm sorry, say it again.
16th if out of jail, and 18th if in jail.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. You said Julie Lancaster was on the next one. I missed that one. I don't see Mr. Zaleski. Do you know why? Nope. You know what? He may not have been reappointed for this one.
It could be. Let me just check, Judge. Yes, Judge, that's true. He was only for the original sentencing.
Hey, Toy Love. Mr. Thompson, is that you? I'm fantastic, sir. How are you?
Just a little tired. Sorry I'm not here earlier.
It's all right. We're just now calling his case. Morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Toy Love, 5/22/1992.
Parents for defense.
Harold Thompson, I'm having Mr. Etoy Love, Your Honor.
Sir, are you going to be filing your notice of appearance? Because I don't see it yet.
I thought I already filed that. I apologize about that, Your Honor. We would like to get this case resolved today if we can. I believe my client has about 20 days in this particular case, and it's a petty theft 22, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir.
It's a new way we can enter a plea. Basically, be a no contest to get this resolved today. I spoke to my client about it at the jail 2 days ago, and he would like to do that.
All right. Mr. Love, you have outstanding $575.50, 50 hours of community service, drug evaluation, and you failed to appear for your drug test September through November of 2017. State, is there an offer in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. I would give him two options. He could admit it, have 60 days, no OCJ with credit time served, court costs, or alternatively, you could admit it, pay the $325 back pay for the court cost, the $200 public defender lien, 6 months supervised probation, 100 hours of community service.
So if he takes the 60 days, he will have 40 more days to do it. I
Or
don't
you
know.
can take your chances and plead with that.
I thought he would have more time on this. I believe he was held in Polk County, and did he get any credit for the time he was held?
Only if that warrant was executed, so I can have the clerk look. Sometimes what happens is they get picked up on other things in other counties and they don't actually execute our warrant. And so we can't give them credit time served on our case until that warrant's actually executed.
He has just one more day. He was available for pickup after release on the local charges, January 13th.
But it's got 21 days. I mean, if you want, we can give you the phone number for you to call over there and talk to him.
Okay, I would love to do that.
Can you give Mr. Thompson the phone number? Mr. Love, your attorney's going to call over and talk to you about your options for today.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you'll just stand by a moment.
Your Honor, for the record, are you withdrawing the public defender from this? Because I think it's still kind of pending.
Really?
I filed a motion to withdraw, but we haven't gotten the joint stick yet.
You shouldn't even be on this, being that it's a VOP.
I believe we were.
Okay, I see the application. I see the motion to withdraw. I've lost Mr. Love. Is he on the other side of you?
Oh, he's here, Mr. Love.
Can you have him come back up?
Yes, Your Honor, he's coming back.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Love, you actually applied for the public defender and were granted the public defender, but Mr. Thompson stands before me.
Yes.
Do you want me to withdraw the public defender so that Mr. Thompson can represent you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Surely.
All right, well then the public defender is hereby withdrawn.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Thompson, we're going to give you a phone number. We'll let you call over there and talk to him.
Your
You
Honor.
just step back in when you're done and we'll figure out what we're doing from there.
Yeah.
Vidal Malicio de Jesus.
He has two cases. He needs the interpreter. He has a VOP and.
Where do we have a status name? Oh,
Because he
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Adam Figueroa, the certified Spanish code interpreter.
Because he was seen at last.
Good morning. It's 2021 MM51
The other clerks when they.
and 2018 MM4362. I'm following you now.
Yeah, but they said him in February, and I'm like, he's still in jail. Let's just get him on.
Good morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
My name is Vidal Alexander Melesio de Jesus, 82083.
Do you need the interpreter or not?
No.
No. Sorry, I was misinformed. Thank you.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
Paperwork said Spanish.
Yeah.
4262.
All right, sir, you're here this morning on a couple of matters. The first one is arraignment for providing false ID to a law enforcement officer. That is a first-degree misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year in jail, 1 year supervised probation, and a $1,000 fine. The second matter is a violation of probation status. You were previously already had your arraignment on it, but the judge that handled it set you off for a status hearing with me in February, and since my clerk saw that you were still in jail, she added it to today. According to probation, you owe $250 back costs of supervision, fines and court costs of $1,198, 70 hours of community service, DUI school, victim awareness panel, and 10-day vehicle impoundment. State, do you have an offer in these matters?
Yes, Your Honor. In 2021 MM51, the offer is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and court costs. And then in the VOP 2018 MM4362, the state would have an offer of admit a new term of probation with the prior terms that were not completed in court costs.
Sir, the state's offered to resolve the false identification case with an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and court costs of $273. As to the violation of probation on the DUI, they would agree to have you admit the violation. There would be a new term of violation of probation. So essentially, you would get credit for the time that you've already done, as well as your time in jail. And then you would have additional time for probation. Under that probation, you would have to pay the $250 back costs of supervision, $1,198 in fines and court costs, 70 hours of community service, DUI school, victim awareness panel, and 10-day impoundment. Mr. Volker, is that something you guys want to discuss?
Yes, Your Honor, if we have a few moments.
All right, I'll recall it. Plea and admission, by the way.
Okay.
Really?
Your Honor, well, he wants to take the offer, so I guess we can do it.
Should have started the probation in September of last year. He got violated February, and he has 97 days. So that's 5, and the 90 is 3 more months.
See, he was starting, you said September?
He was supposed to start in September, yes, because this case was concurrent to another probation he had.
Okay, and he violated in February.
Right, so that's 5 months. And then he has 97 days.
Which is another 3 months. So, Mr. Volker,
Yes, Your Honor.
let me just point out something before he decides that he truly wants to accept this. He's going to have 4 months to get this stuff done. That's it. That's all the time he has left. Because he was starting this probation in September, he violated in February, and he has 97 days in jail. Granted, if he had done it when he was supposed to, he wouldn't be in this predicament. But I need to make you aware that he only has 4 months to get this done, which means if he doesn't get on it, he could be looking at another violation. And at that point, there will not be any new terms, reinstatements. It will just be jail.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll have a moment to speak with him and then we'll come back.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the case was messy.
George Nee. Why do I keep seeing him? Is Mr. Nee coming up? This was fine. Is he maybe back in the cage, the enclosure? Who is that over there with him? Is that Mary Jane Cooper? Is that Mary Jane Cooper? I haven't seen her. Over there.
Mr.
No, on the TV.
Oh, I can't see.
I remembered her hair being much lighter, but maybe she colored it.
Is that,
I think that's Mary Jane Cooper.
oh, it could be. It was lighter, if it's her.
Morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
My name is George Henry Nee III, March 27th, 1961.
Sir, you're here for arraignment this morning for trespass on property other than structure or conveyance. That is a first-degree misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year in jail, 1 year supervised probation, and a $1,000 fine. State, is there an offer in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to the Wawa, letter of apology to the employees of the Wawa, and court costs.
Are there specific employees?
No, Your Honor, just the employees as a whole.
So, dear employees of Wawa, is that how it gets addressed? I'm just asking. Mr. Nee, the state's offer to resolve this matter today is adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to the Wawa, letter of apology to the employees, and court costs of $273. That's something you would like to consider to resolve this case today?
Your Honor, at this time, we'd say not guilty. Not guilty? 1 second, please, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Just so you know, I don't see you're appointed, Mr. Volker.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
I don't see that you're appointed.
Oh.
Well, I don't see an application.
No, it was a direct file.
Okay. I think he wants to take the plea, Your Honor.
Mr. Nee, you want to accept the state's offer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then what's going to happen is the attorney that's over there is going to give you a plea form for you to read. They do not represent you, so you need to keep that in mind. They're just helping me get a plea form. When you're finished reading it and signing it, let them know and I'll recall you, okay? Thank you, sir. Miguel Sanchez.
Not guilty? Okay.
Morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Miguel Sanchez, 090284.
Mr. Sanchez, you are here this morning for 2 charges. There's stalking, which is a second-degree misdemeanor, punishable by up to 60 days in jail, 6 months probation, and a $500 fine. Additionally, there's unlawful installment of tracking devices or an application, which is a first-degree misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail, 1 year supervised probation, and a $1,000 fine. State, is there an offer in these matters?
There's no offer at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Volker, I do see that you guys were appointed. Will this be a not guilty?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Matter be set for pretrial. You have dates for her?
Pretrial is March 9th.
Be March 9th. Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. Luis Santiago Alvarado. Good morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Luis Santiago Alvarado, 12/10/1984.
Sir, you're here this morning for arraignment for petty theft. That is a second-degree misdemeanor punishable by up to 60 days in jail, 6 months probation, and a $500 fine. State, is there an offer in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer is an adjudication of, there are two offers. There could be the offer of an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and court costs, or the county diversion program.
All right, Mr. Santiago, the state's offer is, they have two offers actually. The first one is adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and court costs. The amount that would be due is $273 if you choose to accept that offer. The other option is for the county diversion program. Do you want to turn the volume back on for me? Thank you. The county diversion program is a lot like probation. You would have to report each month. There's classes you would need to do, community service hours. But if you complete all the requirements of the program, then the state would drop this charge against you. The benefit to that is that you would not have a conviction for a petty theft, which is a stackable charge. Would you like to speak with the attorneys about the two offers from the state?
Yes.
All right, I'll recall you then. I don't like being muted.
Yeah, why would he mute you?
He didn't.
Oh.
She did. This person was supposed to be in a different one. Oh, no, they changed their mind. Nelson Arias?
I think he's one of the ones that wasn't there.
No, they started to say that, but then he was.
Okay.
'Cause that's what I was saying. Morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Nelson M. Arias, 7/5/1978.
Parents for defense.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mary Jane Cooper on behalf of Mr. Arias and 18 CT 3097.
All right, I show the offer in this matter, an admission, credit time served, revoking term, and outstanding court costs.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Sir, raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You can lower your hand. Ms. Cooper, do you have an executed admission form there?
I do, Your Honor.
Sir, did you read it?
Yes.
Did you understand it?
Yes.
Did you have enough time to speak with the attorney?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their services?
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer?
No.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No.
Paragraph 2 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights. Do you agree to waive those rights in this case in exchange for the court accepting this admission today?
Yes.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this admission, it would be grounds for deportation? Based upon the court's review of the warrant for violation of probation executed February 10, 2020, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this admission freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the admission are an adjudication of guilt, 14 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit time served of 14 days, revoke and terminate the prior probation conditions, outstanding court costs of $431.60. You will need to report to the clerk's office within 30 days of your release to either pay that in full or set up a payment plan. If you choose the payment plan option, they will charge you a convenience fee for them to process it. So you need to be prepared to bring between $75 and $100 with you that day. You understand?
Yes.
Do you have any questions?
No.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Good luck to you, Mr. Arias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. What? That's what the new charges are, huh? Yep, I seen that. You might want to come to that. Okay. Brian Correa Padilla. Morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
I'm sorry, we need a Spanish interpreter. I didn't realize that.
No, nobody tells me this.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Carlos Morales, State Certified Spanish Interpreter. Interpreter has been sworn in already today.
Good morning, Mr. Morales. It's 2020 MM988. We are in 4 Echo Osceola, but we have the jail feed, so we're piping you through the courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Buenos días, señor. Díganos su nombre y fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Brian Correa Padilla, 29 de marzo del 96.
Brian Correa Padilla, March 29th, 96.
Sir, raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Levante la mano derecha para prestar juramento, por favor.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Jura solemnemente o promete que el testimonio que está a punto de dar será la verdad, toda la verdad y solamente la verdad. ¿Lo jura ante Dios? Yes.
Thank you. You can lower your hand.
Baje la mano.
Parents for defense. Mr. Volker?
Yes, Your Honor, I have a plea form here. However, the terms aren't filled in from the attorney who gave this to me. Does the state have the terms?
AG, credit time served, court costs.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, so I have a plea form here signed by the Mr. Padilla.
Sir, did you read the plea form?
Señor, ¿usted leyó el formulario?
Your Honor.
Well, yes. The paperwork, or this paper, yes.
Are you certain?
¿Está seguro? Yes.
Did you understand it?
¿Lo entendió?
Sí, lo entendí.
Yes, I understood it.
Do you need any additional time to speak with an attorney before moving forward?
Antes de continuar o proseguir, ¿necesita más tiempo para consultar con el abogado?
Sí, porque yo tengo una pregunta. En el papel no dice la oferta que mi abogada me ofreció del tiempo acreditado.
Yes, because I do have a question. Because on the paperwork, it does not indicate what is the offer. I didn't get the offer from the attorney regarding any credit for time served.
So the state's offer is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and court costs.
Bueno, la oferta de la fiscalía para usted para resolver el caso es un fallo de culpabilidad, darle crédito por el tiempo que ya ha cumplido en la cárcel y pagar las costas judiciales.
The amount that would be due is $473.
Y el monto a pagar sería de $473.
Do you want to move forward with the plea?
¿Quiere aceptar esa oferta? Yes.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
¿Está usted bajo los efectos de alcohol, drogas o medicamentos? No.
Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer?
¿Hay alguien que lo está obligando para que usted acepte esta oferta? No.
Paragraph 3 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights.
En el párrafo 3 se explican los derechos constitucionales que usted tiene.
Do you agree to waive those rights in this case in exchange for the court accepting the plea?
¿Está usted de acuerdo en renunciar a los derechos que tiene en este caso para poder resolver este caso el día de hoy? Yes.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it would be grounds for deportation?
Si es que usted no es ciudadano estadounidense, comprende que al aceptar esta oferta podría servir como base para que sea deportado.
Disculpa.
Excuse me?
If you are not a United States citizen, you understand that by entering into this plea, it would be grounds for deportation.
¿Comprende usted que si no es ciudadano estadounidense, al aceptar esta oferta, eso podría servir como base para que sea deportado? Yes.
Based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward.
Muy bien, basado en el affidavit acusatorio, determinó que sí existe motivo fundado, para aceptar su declaración.
Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent,
Determinó que usted está alerta y que es inteligente,
that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily,
que ha aceptado esta oferta de una manera libre y voluntaria
and the court will accept it.
y se acepta. Yes.
Ms. Lewis, you keep giving me a look, so before I pronounce the sentence, is there something that you wanted to add real quick?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't believe the offer's been updated in our case management system, but I know the victim in this case had previously asked for a no return to the scene and no contact also.
The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt,
Los términos son un fallo formal de culpabilidad,
77 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit time served of 77 days,
77 días en la cárcel del condado de Osceola, recibiendo crédito de 77 días por el tiempo que ha cumplido.
no contact with the victim, Carrie Frost,
Prohibido el contacto con la víctima, que se llama Carrie Frost.
no contact means no in-person contact,
Prohibido el contacto quiere decir que está prohibido el contacto en persona.
no third-party contact,
Prohibido el contacto usando a terceros.
no telephone contact,
Prohibido el contacto por teléfono.
no social media contact,
Prohibido el contacto usando las redes sociales.
no contact whatsoever. Do you understand?
Prohibido el contacto en absoluto. ¿Usted entiende? Yes.
You're not to return to 2481 North Narcoossee Road,
Le está prohibido regresar a la siguiente dirección, 2481 al norte de la Narcoossee Road,
that is a Circle K,
que es una tienda o negocio Circle K.
and there's court costs,
Además tiene que pagar las costas judiciales,
$151 for a battery surcharge,
además de un recargo por ser un delito de agresión de $151,
$273 for the adjudication,
más $273 por las costas judiciales
and $50 for the public defender lien.
y $50 de honorarios por los defensores públicos.
The amount due is $473.
Así que el total a pagar es de $473.
Sir, you'll need to report to the clerk's office within 30 days of your release.
Tiene que reportarse a la oficina de la Secretaría de Tribunal dentro de 30 días de ser puesto en libertad.
You can either pay it in full or set up a payment plan.
I'm sorry, you can either pay it through...
Pay it in full or set up a payment plan.
Oh, thank you. Usted puede pagarlo ya sea todo de una vez en completo o puede pedir un plan de pagos.
If you choose the payment plan option, they will require their fee and the first payment be made that day.
Si es que usted elige pagar a plazos, o sea, un pago mensual, hay un recargo que le van a imponer y que van a exigir que usted lo pague el primer día.
So you should expect to bring approximately $75 to $100 with you if you're going to do a payment plan.
Así que si usted decide pagar a plazos, si pide la opción de pagar mensualmente, entonces debería ir preparado y llevar consigo de $75 a $100 para lo que corresponderá al primer pago.
Sir, do you have any questions?
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta? None.
You have 30 days in which to appeal.
Usted con 30 días para apelar.
If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the courts.
Si necesitara los servicios de un abogado, podría solicitarlo al tribunal.
If you qualify, one will be appointed to you.
Y si reúne los requisitos, se le nombraría uno.
Good luck to you, sir.
Que le vaya bien.
Thank you, gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. We'll call you back.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Thank you.
Corey Dickinson. Morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Corey Dickinson, 7/31/88.
Mr. Dickinson, can you pull that mask up over your nose, please? Thank you. Raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Transfer defense.
Jeff Fulford, Public Defender.
All right, I show this to be an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and court costs. Ms. Lewis, is that correct?
There's also the no return to scene.
Okay, no return. Sir, did you have the opportunity to read the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have enough time to speak with the attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with their services?
Need to see.
Yeah.
Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer? Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol? Paragraph 3 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights, including but not limited to your right to a jury trial, your right to a speedy trial. Do you agree to waive those rights in exchange for the court accepting this plea today? If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it would be grounds for deportation? Based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you're alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt, 58 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit time served of 58 days, no return to the Walmart located at 3250 Vineland Road, and court costs in the amount of $273. Sir, you'll need to report to the clerk's office within 30 days of your release to either pay that in full or to set up a payment plan. If you choose the payment plan option, they will require their fee to be due that day as well as the first payment. So you would need to bring $75 to $100 with you. Do you have any questions? You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Good luck to you. Thank you. Victor Martinez Merced.
Interpreter to verify.
Do we need the interpreter?
Yes, Your Honor, we need the interpreter.
Thank you.
And
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Alan Figueroa. State certified Spanish interpreter.
Good morning, Mr. Figueroa. It's 2021 MM38. We are in Fort Echo, Osceola, but we do have the jail feed, so we're piping you through the courtroom.
Okay.
Sir, state your name and date of birth, please.
Diga su nombre, señor, y su fecha de nacimiento. Victor Luis Martinez Jose, June 20th of Merced, June 20th of 1988.
State, what is the offer in this matter?
Your Honor, my notes had previously indicated that the defendant had asked for a plea to the...
I'm sorry to interrupt, Your Honor. The interpreter cannot hear the...
I'm sorry. My notes previously indicated this was going to be a plea to the bench.
Mis notas habían indicado que esto sería un convenio ante el juzgado.
Well, my notes indicate that they wanted the victim wanted to be heard, and so that's why this was reset.
Yes, Your Honor. The victim, we have had contact with the victim. He is only asking for restitution for the water pressure machine, which would be $1,200.
Yo tengo acá en mis notas que la fiscalía quería opinar al respecto. Sí, señoría, lo único que queríamos hacer era contactar a la víctima y la víctima indicó que lo único que quiere es la indemnización por la maquinaria de presión de agua.
Is there documentation of that?
No, Your Honor, and if documentation is needed, we would ask to reserve on restitution and have a restitution hearing.
No, ¿hay alguna documentación al respecto? No, su señoría, y si requiere documentación, quisiéramos pedir que se emita la indemnización y que se reserve con respecto a la cantidad hasta que tengamos la documentación.
All right, the reason I ask is because if restitution is really $1,200, this should have been an M1, not an M2.
Pregunto porque si la indemnización de verdad es de $1,200, debería ser una falta de primer grado, no de segundo grado.
Martinez, raise your right hand to be sworn.
Levante la mano derecha, señor Martínez.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Juro prometer que el testimonio que rendirá será la verdad, solo la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. You can lower your hand.
Gracias, baje la mano.
Assurance for defense.
Jeff Volker for the public defender. At this time, we would object to and ask for a hearing for the restitution.
Su señoría, el licenciado para la defensa, en este momento quisiéramos objetar ante el pedimento y pedir una audiencia para la indemnización.
Okay, I think that's what they asked for anyway when I questioned them.
Creo que eso es lo que pidieron de todas formas.
Sir, are you asking to plead to the bench today?
Señor, ¿está pidiendo usted hoy aceptar un convenio ante el juzgado? No.
Okay, well, let me explain. There has not been a plea negotiated with the state.
Bien, entonces déjeme explicarle. Todavía no hay un acuerdo al que se ha llegado con la fiscalía.
And so if you would like to enter into a plea today, it would be a plea to the bench.
Así que si usted desea aceptar un convenio hoy, sería un convenio hacia el juzgado.
And what that means is that you would leave it in my discretion to determine what the appropriate sentencing would be.
Lo que eso significa es que usted lo dejaría en mis manos para yo decidir cuál sería la sentencia apropiada.
The worst possible scenario is up to 60 days in jail, 6 months probation, and a $500 fine.
Lo peor que puede ocurrir es 60 días de cárcel, 6 meses de libertad vigilada y hasta $500 de multa.
You do already have 42 days credit time served, so that would be credited towards any sentence that is implemented.
Usted ya tiene 42 días que ha cumplido la cárcel, eso se acreditaría a cualquier sentencia que sea emitida.
Would you like to speak with the attorneys further?
¿Desea hablar un poco más primero con los abogados?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, I'll recall you.
Bien, convocaremos el caso más adelante.
I can only do so much. Thank you, Mr. Figueroa. We'll call you back.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
Why do I feel like I'm going to need it for the next one? All right, I show the next one is the plea date certain, but I don't have terms.
You don't have what, Your Honor? I couldn't hear you.
I don't have terms.
The terms I sent are adjudication of guilt, 10 days, credit times, 15 days in jail with credit time served for 15, and no return to the Walmart and court costs.
Is that correct, Ms. Lewis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juan Pacheco Narvaez.
Spanish.
Oh, Your Honor, I'm going to request a Spanish interpreter.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Jose Centra, certified Spanish interpreter, previously sworn in.
Good morning, sir. It's 2020 MM2583. We are in 4 Echo Osceola, but we have the jail feed, so we're piping it through the courtroom.
Yes, ma'am. May I have the case number again? And I apologize for that.
Yes, sir. 2020 MM2583.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Buenos días, señor. Diga su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento para que conste en acta.
Mi nombre es Juan Gabriel Pacheco Narvaez, julio 18 de 66.
My name is Juan Gabriel Pacheco Narvaez, and I was born on the 18th of July, 1966.
Sir, raise your right hand to be sworn, please. You didn't translate that. Raise your
Señor,
right hand
levante
to be
usted la mano derecha para tomar juramento.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Usted jura y afirma que el testimonio que dará concernientes a esta causa será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad, así la ayude Dios.
Acepto.
Yes, I accept. Yes.
Thank you. You can lower your hand.
Puede bajar la mano, señor.
Sir, the attorney has a plea form there. Did you read it?
Señor, los abogados le han dado un documento ahí de la declaración. ¿Usted lo ha leído detenidamente?
Sí,
Yes. Did you understand it?
¿Usted lo ha entendido?
sí.
Yes.
Did you have enough time to speak with the attorneys?
¿Ha tenido usted bastante tiempo para consultar con su abogado?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their services?
¿Está usted satisfecho con los servicios que le han proporcionado los abogados? Yes, it is.
Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer?
¿Alguien le ha obligado para aceptar la oferta que le ha hecho la fiscalía?
No.
No.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
¿Está usted bajo los efectos de alcohol o drogas, señor?
No.
No.
Paragraph 3 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights.
The interpreter can't hear.
Paragraph 3 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights.
El párrafo 3 habla de sus derechos constitucionales que le protegen a usted.
Do you agree to waive those rights in exchange for the court accepting this plea?
¿Usted está de acuerdo en dejar que esos derechos constitucionales quedan en suspensión para que el tribunal pueda aceptar su declaración, señor? Yes, it is. Yes, I am.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it would be grounds for deportation?
Usted entiende que si no es ciudadano de los Estados Unidos, al emitir una declaración de culpabilidad, podría estar sujeto a acciones de deportación en un futuro? Yes, it is that. Yes, it is.
Based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward.
Según este tribunal, ha revisado la preponderancia de las acusaciones y tenemos motivo para seguir adelante.
Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent.
Señor, veo que usted está atento y despierto y inteligente.
That you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily.
Está emitiendo esta declaración de su libre voluntad.
And the court will accept it.
Y este tribunal acepta su declaración.
The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt.
Los términos de la declaración es el fallo formal de culpabilidad.
15 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit time served.
15 días de encarcelamiento en el condado de Osceola, en la cárcel del condado de Osceola, y crédito para el tiempo ya cumplido.
No return to the Walmart located at 3250 Vineland Road.
No puede regresar al Walmart situado en el 325 de Vineland Road.
Mr. Volker, can you ask them to be a little quieter, please? Thank you. And court costs.
Y los gastos judiciales administrativos.
It's $273 plus $50 for the public defender lane.
Esos costes son $273 más $50 por los abogado defensor público.
You'll need to report to the clerk's office within 30 days of your release.
Cuando usted se le ponga en libertad, tiene que presentarse en la secretaría antes de los 30 días de puesta en libertad.
You can either pay that in full or set up a payment plan.
Podrá pagarlo todo de una vez o podrá establecer un plan de pago con la secretaría.
If you choose the payment plan option, they will expect to collect their fee and the first payment.
Si usted desea hacer un plan de pago, ellos esperan que en ese momento se pague la primera cuota y unos gastos administrativos.
So if you choose the payment plan option, you'll need to bring $75 to $100 with you that day.
Así que si se escoge usted el plan de pago, necesitará entre 75 y $100 en ese día.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta o duda, señor?
No.
No.
You have 30 days in which to appeal.
¿Dispone usted de un plazo de 30 días para apelar mi decisión?
If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court.
Si necesita la representación legal para esta diligencia, puede solicitarlo en el tribunal.
If you qualify, one will be appointed to you.
Si reúne los requisitos, un abogado se le dará designado para esta diligencia.
Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Bueno, señor, buen día.
Thank you. We'll call you back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Thompson, are you ready on Love?
Yes, Your Honor.
Come back up. Etor Love?
Yes, Your Honor.
State your name again, please.
Etoy Lasan Love, 5/22/1992.
Parents for defense.
Harold Thompson, on behalf of Mr. Etoy Love, Your Honor.
Mr. Thompson, where are we at with this?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, my client would like to withdraw his previously entered plea of not guilty and admit the violation of probation. The agreed upon disposition is as follows. Adjudication of guilt, 35 days, OCJ, the credit time served for, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's 5 days?
Yeah, it's 5 previous days.
5 previous days, plus whatever credit he's had since he's been served since January 14th.
So 21 plus 5.
Yes, Your Honor. And the court calls, cost of prosecution, and everything that follows.
Mr. Volker, can you do an admission form for me?
You said 21. He said 21 days plus 5.
Mm-hmm. So basically he's getting 26.
Huh?
He's getting 26 credit time served.
Oh. Where'd the other 5 come from? Oh. Okay.
It's an admission, adjudication, 35 days, Osceola County Jail, credit time served of 26, and court costs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Admission, adjudication,
35 days,
35 days.
credit time served of 26, and court costs. And the outstanding court cost is $575.50.
Okay.
Mr. Love, raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can lower your hand. Mr. Love, did you read the admission form?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have enough time to speak with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with his services?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer?
No, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Paragraph 2 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights. Do you agree to waive those rights in this case in exchange for the court accepting this admission?
Yes, ma'am.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this admission it would be grounds for deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Based upon the court's review of the warrant for violation of probation entered on December 4, 2017, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this admission freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the admission are an adjudication of guilt, 35 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit time served of 26 days, and outstanding fines and court costs of $575.50. You will need to report to the clerk's office within 30 days of your ultimate release to either pay that in full or set up a payment plan. If you choose the payment plan option, they will require their fee as well as the first payment be made that day. So you should expect to bring between $75 and $100 with you that day. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Good luck to you, Mr. Love.
God bless you as well.
Anything further, Mr. Thompson?
Oh, Your Honor, if you will not be excused.
Yes, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Bradley Killip. Good morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Bradley Killip, 9892.
Mr. Killip, I have an attorney in front of me, but it also appears that the public defender was appointed to represent you. So before I move forward, do you agree with me withdrawing the public defender so that Mr. Tamarkin can represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand the public defender will not be reappointed?
Yes, ma'am.
In the future, I need a joint stip.
Yes, I just was hired the state, so I didn't have time. Excuse me, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is going to be a plea. The state has offered adjudication of guilt with credit time served. We would like to resolve it, but I had emailed your JA to ask if I should be here or at the jail or whether we got a video, so I do not have a completed plea form.
I can help you with that. Mr. Volker, can you get me a plea form, please? It's an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and court costs.
Your Honor, with a no return to Walmart.
And no return.
I would have gotten to the end.
We'll get there eventually. Mr. Killip, I'm going to ask you to have a seat, read that plea form, and I'll recall you, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Well, I'm going to approach the court
Sure.
on an unrelated matter.
Sure.
Jack rejected.
I thought we put that on that last one.
No, it did not.
Okay. I know we discussed it.
It said that it's not like that again.
I'm happy to help.
It says it in the menu, you know, the one that's dead, you didn't really I thought we were
I just recall us talking about it, and I recall me actually saying that it needed to indicate that, so I don't know why it didn't.
I know. Thank you all. I'll just lay it on.
All right. Shane Promborg.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Shane Taylor Palmborg, ma'am, 10/24/1991.
Parents for defense.
Guillermo Lopez on behalf of the defense.
Parents for state.
Alex Card for the state.
Mr. Card, did you review the motion?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
Do you have objections?
Yes, Your Honor, state would object because there was a new law offense committed while the defendant was on pretrial release for this crime. It's case 20 CF 3484. I do understand that the felony case has not been filed on yet, but the bond was revoked in this misdemeanor case, and for that reason, state would object to a bond being set.
Mr. Lopez, response.
Judge, I believe that he does have a new law violation. However, he does have a bond on that case. And if we move forward with the bond motion, I could elicit some testimony from my client.
Go ahead. Sir, raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. You can lower your hand. Mr. Lopez, you can proceed.
How long have you lived in Central Florida?
I've been in Central Florida since I was about five years old now.
You have any family members living here?
Yes, ma'am, my children, my mother, my father, my whole family lives there now.
How many children?
2 children, 1 daughter and 1 son.
How old are they?
13 and 6.
If released, where would you reside?
At my baby mother's house, my son's mother, 1536 River Reach Drive, apartment 145. My sister also lives there as well, Tanya Lee Murray.
Do you have employment secured?
I lost my job while I was in here, but I was employed for exclusive landscape, and I'm an irrigation technician. I don't know if that job will be reinstated when I get out. I don't know.
So that means, are you going to be looking for a reemployment?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever failed to appear for court before?
I had one failure to appear, but not because I was incarcerated in Orange County, and I missed court in Seminole County due to my Orange County incarceration a few years ago. So it wasn't FTA based on my missing. It was based on the jail transportation system.
Okay, and how much could you reasonably afford for a bond?
Probably 5,000.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
Mr. Card, any questions?
No questions from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Lopez, any additional witnesses?
No, Judge.
Argument?
Judge, at this time, we're asking for a reasonable bond amount if possible on this matter. We understand that he does have another case that he picked up after this case, which revoked the bond here. Again, he does have bond on that case. He has lived in Central Florida almost his whole life. He has family here, and he will reside here in the state of Florida. And he will make appearances to court based on that information. He had employment prior to his cases, and he stated today that he will look for employment if he cannot go back to that job. So I believe that based on the testimony that he will not be a flight risk. He will come to court, and he understands the importance of appearing for court. If he doesn't appear, he's going to be back here, and it's going to be harder for him to get a bond. Nothing else, Judge.
Mr. Card?
Yes, Your Honor. Just for the court's knowledge, the charge for 20 mm 2693 is a battery domestic violence. The date of arrest for this charge was 11/3/2020. Subsequently, on 11/29 of 2020, the defendant was arrested for the felony case, which was an aggravated battery with great bodily harm. It did involve a different victim than the misdemeanor case of battery domestic violence. At the initial appearance for the felony case on 11/30/2020, probable cause was found, and the bond was revoked in this misdemeanor case 20 mm 2693. Pursuant to Florida Statute 903.046, a court can consider if probable cause of a new crime was committed while on pretrial release for a previous crime when determining whether or not to release a defendant on bail. The state's position is that there is a danger to the community in setting bail for this defendant because there has been shown that despite court orders to not commit any crimes while on pretrial release, there was probable cause that a new crime was committed. Furthermore, that this crime was violent in nature, along with the misdemeanor crime being violent in nature. State's position is that the bond should remain revoked on the misdemeanor case.
Mr. Lopez, anything further? Ms. Cooper, if I can have Mr. Lopez, I would appreciate that.
Judge, at this time, I'm not clear to see what, we're not clear on the felony cases and the facts of that case. However, we are here for the misdemeanor case. He does have a bond on that case, and again, we stay for a reasonable amount of bond. Nothing further, Judge.
This court, having reviewed the charging affidavit as well as 2020 MM 2088 and 20 CF 3484, I note in 2020 MM 2088 there was a null pros filed by the state. In 2020 CF 3484, and information has not yet been filed. With the testimony that's been provided to the court and the court's review of each of these files, I'm going to grant the motion with the following conditions. Bond to be set in the amount of $6,500. You know, you might want to contain yourself because I'm not done yet and I can change my mind quickly.
Say it again. Say it again.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I apologize.
Bond to be set in the amount of $6,500. You're not to return to 21984 Winds Boulevard. You're not to return to Osceola Regional Medical Center. You're to have no contact with Danielle Brow. No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no telephone contact, no contact whatsoever. Do you understand?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs, and you're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Mr. Promborg, let me just give you a caution. If you end up with another charge and your bond ends up revoked, in this case again, you will not get another one. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, clearly.
Thank you. This matter is concluded.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome, Mr. Lopez. Palami Senate. I don't have anything on this person either. I don't have anything on this person.
It says, I guess I retyped it in the thing.
Oh.
Credit time served adjudication court costs.
State, is this AG credit time served and court costs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Volker, I need sound.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There you go.
Paula Misanet, 11/29/1995. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You can lower your hand. Mr. Volker, do you have a completed plea form?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, did you have the opportunity to read it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer?
No, Your Honor.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Paragraph 3 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights, including but not limited to your right to a jury trial, your right to a speedy trial, your right to an attorney. Do you agree to waive those rights in exchange for the court accepting this plea today?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it would be grounds for deportation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Based upon the court's review, I'm going into way too many cases. Of the uniform traffic citation, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt, 73 days in the Osceola County Jail. Actually, I'm only ordering 60, but you have credit of 73 days. Court costs of $273 and public defender lien of $50. The amount due in this case is $373. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. May I ask my attorney a question?
You can.
Your Honor,
Yes.
he's asking if the state would be willing to amend a careless driving and withhold adjudication.
Don't you think that should have been done before I accepted this plea?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
State?
This is a negotiated plea. The state is not willing to do that at this time.
State's not willing to do that, sir. Do you still wish me to accept your plea to the reckless?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I was mistaken. It's $296, not $273. The total of $346. Do you have any other questions regarding this case?
No, Your Honor.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Now I'm going to turn to 2020 TR 13961. Sir, that is a traffic infraction for allegedly going 88 and a 55. Do you agree or disagree?
With my speed, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I disagree. I don't believe I was going that fast, Your Honor.
So if the traffic citation indicates that there was radar on you, do you still want to disagree?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then what's going to happen is I'm going to set this for an evidentiary hearing if you wish to disagree. If I find at that hearing that you were in fact doing 88 and a 55, not only do you have to pay the ticket, you'll get an adjudication, you'll have to take court classes, you'll have to pay subpoena fees for any officers that show up, as well as court costs. Do you still wish to deny that you were going 88 and want a hearing, or do you want to accept responsibility?
May I speak with my attorney really quick, really fast, Your Honor?
You can, but they don't represent you on traffic infractions.
Oh, okay, then, I do not agree, Your Honor.
All right, we'll set it for an evidentiary hearing. I have them in March as well as February. I think they've already set the docket for February though. So. What time? Let's see.
Why don't we open, so what time does it start now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll set it for 9.
Mr. Senate, do you have an email address?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is it, please?
It's Paul D as in Delta, Senate at gmail.com.
All right, at this time, we are not doing in-person hearings for those matters. That may change by the time your hearing date comes around. Your hearing date is going to be March 17th at 9 a.m. If we are no longer doing in-person hearings, then that will be via video, and a link will be sent to you prior to. You will need to download the Microsoft Teams app, and once you've downloaded that free app to your phone or your device, then you can simply click on the link that is provided. It will put you in a waiting room. You need to wait there until the court gets to you. If we're doing them in person, then you need to be here in person.
Yes, Your Honor.
So if there's any question about that, you are welcome to contact my office to see if we are at in person or via video. But again, if it's via video, you're going to get a link a couple days prior to. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, on the reckless driving, you owe $346. You're going to need to report to the clerk's office within 30 days to either pay that in full or to set up a payment plan. If you choose the payment plan option, they will require their fee as well as the first payment be made that day. So you should expect to bring between $75 and $100 with you. Do you have any questions?
Your Honor, is that a total of $700?
No, sir, it's $346 for the reckless driving case.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. I'll see you in March. Thank you. Visram Kerala. It's killing me. Good morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Visram Kerala, October 19, 1985.
Thank you, sir. Appearance for defense.
Jeff Walker with the Procedural. Can I have 1 moment, please?
Yes, sir. When I'm done with this one, I'll see if your client's ready, Mr. Tamarkin. I said, when I'm done with this one, I'll see if his client's ready. Is Mr. Tinsley still in here, or did he just come in and leave?
It's not that.
No, he just came back in a minute ago. Yeah, that's why I asked. Because I can't see on the other side of this TV. I've got like Mr. Card's shoulder, and then I have Mr. Tamarkin in full flesh.
You have me back here, Your Honor, now too, but I am hidden entirely by this TV.
Who's speaking?
Rachel Kleinpeter, Your Honor.
Hi.
Hi, ma'am. I'll just be the mythical voice back here that you can't see.
We're just going to call you the wizard.
Disembodied is what Mr. Tamarkin called me, disembodied.
So we don't have a curtain, we just have a TV. All right, Mr. Volker, what's going on?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Could we have the state's offer? We don't have the offer from the state.
State, is there an offer in this matter?
Your Honor, there are 2 offers available in this matter. Defendant has a felony case in which we're offering a global to resolve, which is 2 years in the Department of Corrections. Alternatively, if he were to accept a misdemeanor alone, it's an adjudication of guilt, 8 months in the Osceola County Jail, no contact with the victim, and court costs.
Give me 1 second, please, Your Honor.
Sir. Mr. Mills, we're getting there.
Not guilty at this time, Your Honor. Or I'm sorry, not guilty. Except for trial.
All right.
Deny. Yeah.
Let's see. How about April 7th?
April 7th, docket sounding?
Oh, no, that would be trial. And that's possible trial, by the way.
Yes, Your Honor.
State, does that work for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that'll be set for trial April 7th.
Your Honor, do you have a drop dead date in case we can reevaluate this global thing?
Last day to accept a negotiated plea from the state will be March 22nd.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Carlos Martinez Velasco. Mr. Volker, I don't have sound. Morning, sir. State your name and date of birth. Oh, wait, he needs interpreter.
You were gonna verify proof of income because the PD was removed.
Good morning again, Your Honor. For the record, Jose Sanchez, certified Spanish interpreter, previously sworn in, ready to proceed.
Good morning again. It's 2019 CT 3108 and 2019 CT 3109. I'll get it straight. Good morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Buenos días, señor. Diga su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento para que conste en acta.
Carlos Fabián Martínez Velasco, 18 de diciembre de 1997.
18 de diciembre. ¿De qué año, señor?
1997.
My name is Carlos Martin Velasco, and I was born on the 18th of December, 1997.
Thank you, sir. First question is, I need to confirm your income.
Mi primera pregunta, yo necesito confirmar cuánto gana usted, cuántos son sus ingresos.
Your application that was submitted on November 23rd indicated that you have $800 weekly income.
Tu solicitud que usted sometió el día 31 de noviembre dice aquí que ganan $800 semanales.
But the application that you submitted on January 20th now indicates that you have none.
La solicitud que usted ha entregado el día 20 de enero dice que no gana nada a la semana.
What is your income?
¿Cuál es su ingreso, señor? ¿Cuánto gana usted?
Yo llené los ingresos porque me dijo la abogada que pues no podía poner una cantidad de dinero estando encerrado. Por eso había llenado la cantidad que era $0.
I put the amount of $0 because I was counseled by my lawyer that being locked up in jail, I have no income.
Well, do you have income while you're locked up in jail?
Bueno, ¿ha tenido usted ingresos mientras estaba encerrado en la cárcel, señor?
No.
No.
Okay, so then you listed it because you don't have income, correct?
Muy bien, así que usted ha puesto esa cantidad porque no tiene ingresos, ¿cierto?
Cierto.
Correct.
Public defender will remain on the case.
El defensor público se le designa para representarlo.
And that's for 2019 CT 3108 and 2019 CT 3109.
Eso es para los casos 2019 CT 3108 y 3109.
Sir, you're here today for pretrial in your DUI and no valid driver's license case.
Señor, está usted aquí para lo que es una audiencia por su manejar en estado de bajo la influencia y por no poseer una licencia de conducir válida.
State, is there an offer in these matters?
Fiscalía.
Microphone.
Yes, Your Honor. The offer in 2019 CT 3108 is the first time DUI minimums with the cost of investigation to Osceola County Sheriff's Office of $300. If the defendant was to accept that offer today, the state would null pros 2019 CT 3109. If the defendant does not accept the offer today, the offer is a withhold $150 fine and court costs.
La Fiscalía ofrece que, como es la primera vez que es el señor acusado de manejar el estado bajo la influencia, se le ofrece una cantidad de $300 y la Fiscalía no procesaría el caso terminado en 09.
Mr. Volker, do you guys need to talk?
Yes, please.
¿Necesitan tiempo para consultar? Sí, su señoría.
Sir, I'm going to allow you the opportunity to speak with your attorney regarding the state's offer, and I'll recall the case.
Señor, voy a darle tiempo para que usted pueda consultar con su abogado y reconsiderar la oferta de la Fiscalía y le volveremos a llamar en un momento. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll call you back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm too quick. Eric Purcell.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Mills. I'm just waiting on your client. Maybe. Can you pull the mask up over your nose, please? That's over your nose. Mr. Volker, is Purcell there? Okay. I don't have a view of the whole room, so. Good morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Eric Purcell, 22193.
Parents for defense.
Jonathan Mills.
All right, gentlemen, we are here for pretrial today. The charge is a no valid driver's license. State, I see that he has a valid driver's license. Is there an offer in this matter?
Is this the 2008 case that you're referring to, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, state would amend to a civil 322151.
Mr. Mills, that's $113.
We'll accept that. That's an old case. That has nothing to do with the VOP.
Yeah, that's your 2008 case. So the state has just agreed to amend it to a failure to display under Florida Statute 322.15. That's $113. That'll be payable within 30 days of your release. Do you have any questions? And it's a withhold. Mr. Purcell, do you have any questions regarding that case?
Yes, ma'am. I was never notified of this case. I was aware of reckless driving, driving an unregistered motor vehicle, and I believe one more misdemeanor case. I was never aware of a driving without a license case.
Eric, it's an old case. I'll talk with you about it next time we talk. Don't worry too much about it. It's kind of the least of your worries right now.
Did you hear your attorney?
No.
I didn't think so. It's kind of noisy over there. If you guys can keep it down, please. So much better. So your attorney will talk to you about that case later. His words were, it's kind of an old case and the least of your worries. Okay. I've just repeated what he said. That's not the court's position, just for the record. Now your next case is the resisting officer without violence, reckless driving, and motor vehicle registration. State, is there an offer in those matters?
Your Honor, as to count one, it would be an adjudication of guilt, 30 days OCJ with credit time served, court cost. Count two would be an adjudication of guilt, $100 fine, court cost. Count three, adjudication of guilt, court cost.
Did you discuss that with your client?
I have, Judge. We need to set these cases for trial. There's a pretty serious violation of probation as a result of these cases. We almost have that resolved. If you set this in April, I'm pretty confident that we'll have everything wrapped up for them.
Well, what I will do is I will set you for a docket sounding in April. Let me see. It is April 30th. It'll be at 2 o'clock. If we're having in-person proceedings, it will be in person. If we're not, then it will be via video, and my JA will provide you a link.
Okay.
Because those aren't considered essential proceedings. I don't define them. I just go with it. So it'll be April 30th at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Judge.
And then hopefully we'll see where we're at with it.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. Have a good day, Mr. Mills. Is Mr. Killip ready? You got a plea form on him? I'm running out of room for my stacking here. Killip, 34.
Hello.
Morning, sir. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You can lower your hand. State your name again, please.
Bradley Killip.
Parents for defense.
Danny Morgan on behalf of Mr. Killip.
Mr. Killip, did you read the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have enough time to speak with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with his services?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer?
No.
Are you under the influence of any alcohol or drugs?
No.
Paragraph 3 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights, including but not limited to your right to a jury trial, your right to a speedy trial. Do you agree to waive those rights in exchange for the court accepting this plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it would be grounds for deportation?
I do.
Based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt, 101 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit time served of 101 days. No return to the Walmart located at 4444 West Vine Street. Court costs in the amount of $273. Sir, when do you think you'll be able to get that paid? You've been in jail for a little while.
A few months upon release.
I'm going to order 60 days. If you cannot get it paid within that 60 days, then you can set up a payment plan. If you do a payment plan, the clerk's office will charge you a processing fee. You'll need to expect to show up with that as well as the first payment. So approximately $75 to $100 if you choose to do the payment plan. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Anything further, Mr. Tamarkin?
No, Your Honor, that's all. Thank
Have a great day. Thank you, Mr. Killip.
you.
Neil Minton.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Volker, I show we're here for docket sounding. The charges are knowingly driving while license suspended, no motor vehicle registration, unlawful use of license, and unlawful use of license. State, is there an offer in these matters?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer in NACT 791, 792, 793 are adjudication of guilt at a time served in court costs. Then the state would null process 20 CT 795 as part of that plea offer.
Mr. Volker, do you need to speak with your client?
No, Your Honor, we have a filled out plea form to that states the same.
273 times 3. And he knows that it's going to be $273 times 3, so a total of $819.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do, so help me God.
Thank you, sir. You can lower your hand. State your name and date of birth, please.
My name is Neil Lee Minton, 4/5/1979.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Minton, the attorney has a plea form for 2020 CT 791, 2020 CT 792, and 2020 CT 793. Did you read it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have enough time to speak with the attorneys?
Absolutely.
Are you satisfied with their services?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer?
No, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Paragraph 3 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights. Do you agree to waive those rights in exchange for the court accepting this plea today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it would be grounds for deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
The 2020 CT 791, based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt, 85 days, well, I can only order 60. 60 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit time served of 85, and court costs in the amount of $273 plus $50 for the public defender lien. Do you have any questions regarding that case?
No, ma'am, I do not.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Now I'm going to turn to 2020 CT 792. Based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt, 60 days in the Osceola County Jail, with credit time served of 85 days, and court costs in the amount of $273 plus the $50 public defender lien. Do you have any questions in that case?
No, ma'am, I do not.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Next, I'm going to turn to 2020 CT 793. Based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you're alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt, 60 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit time served of 85 days, and court costs in the amount of $273 plus $50 for the public defender lien. Do you have any questions regarding that case?
No, ma'am.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Mr. Minton, the total amount due is $969. I'm going to order that you report to the clerk's office within 60 days to set up a payment plan.
Yes, ma'am.
When you do that, they're going to require their first payment be that day as well as their convenience fee. So you need...
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I didn't mean to cut you off. I only have one question. I'm not from Osceola. I actually live in Okeechobee. So will I be able to go to the county clerk's office there and make that payment?
No, sir. It has to be made through Osceola County. I'm not sure how you go about doing a payment plan with them when you're out of county. Like, I don't know if they can email it to you. I have no idea at this point, but you'll need to contact them to see what arrangements can be made.
Okay.
And then your payments can actually be made online or they can be mailed.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any other questions?
No, ma'am.
State, may I have an announcement in 2020 CT 795?
Yes, Your Honor. In 20 CT 795, the state announces a null pros.
Thank you. Good luck to you, Mr. Minton.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a great day. God bless you.
You too. Is DeJuan Hart ready?
Hello, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can lower your hand. Mr. Hart, did you want to move forward with the state's offer today?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you read the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need any time to speak with an attorney before moving forward?
No. No, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer?
No, ma'am.
Paragraph 3 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights, including but not limited to your right to a jury trial, your right to a speedy trial, your right to an attorney. Do you agree to waive those rights in exchange for the court accepting this plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it would be grounds for deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Volker, did he read the diversion stuff?
He did, and I've got the signed certificate here.
Thank you. Based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the plea as to count 1 is a withhold of adjudication and court costs in the amount of $268. The plea to count 2 is a withhold of adjudication, $100 fine, and court costs. The amount due on that case is $373. 273. Total amount due is $541. You'll need to report to the clerk's office within 60 days of your release. You can set up a payment plan. At that time, they're going to require the first payment be made as well as their processing fee. So you need to plan on showing up with approximately $75 to $100. Do you have any questions regarding those 2 counts?
Is there any way that I could send a money order or something to Osceola? I live in Ormond Beach.
You can, but if you want to do a payment plan, you will have to set up the payment plan in person.
Okay.
Okay? I can't control that. You can call them and find out if they have another way to do it, but as far as I know, you have to come in person because you have to sign a contract with them.
Okay. All right.
Do you have any other questions?
No.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Mr. Melvin, may I have an announcement as to counts 3 and 4?
Your Honor, it would be no pros.
Counts 3 and 4 have been null pros. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eden Herrera Martinez.
Good morning again, Your Honor.
Good morning again. It's 2020 CT 286. Sir, state your name and date of birth, please.
Señor, diga su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento para que conste en acta.
Víctor Luis Martínez Merced, el 20 de junio de 1988.
Victor Martin Mercedes, and I was born on the 2nd of January, 1988.
I show August 5 of 86.
¿Nació usted en el 86, señor?
88.
In 1988.
Hold on, Your Honor, I think we made the wrong person. This is Edine?
Edine Herrera Martinez.
No, you're the wrong person.
No.
Have him sit down. That's not who I called.
Sorry, Your Honor, the corrections officers took him back. They have to get him back.
Okay, well, just so you know, if we don't get him back quickly, I am going to lose interpreters and we won't be able to handle that case. So, let's go ahead and get Victor Martinez back up. Mr. Volker, are we moving forward with the plea?
Okay, I have it. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes, I have a plea form. Here.
Sir, raise your right hand to be sworn.
Señor, levante la mano derecha para tomar el juramento.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Usted jura y afirma que el testimonio que dará concernientes a esta causa será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad con la ayuda de Dios.
Sí, amén.
Yes, amen.
Thank you. You can lower your hand.
¿Puede bajar la mano?
Is this still going to be a plea to the bench?
Yes, Your Honor.
What, Kike?
No, this is not what happened.
Okay. Sir, do you wish to move forward with the plea to the bench?
Señor, ¿usted desea proseguir hacia adelante con su declaración ante el juez?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that by moving forward with a plea to the bench, it will be in the court's discretion to make an appropriate sentencing?
¿Usted entiende que al emitir esta declaración quedará sujeto a la discreción de este tribunal de imponer una pena apropiada?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
¿Está usted bajo la influencia de drogas o alcohol, señor?
No. Gracias a Dios.
No, thank God.
Do you understand that you have the right to have a jury trial and a speedy trial in this matter?
Usted entiende que tiene el derecho de tener un juicio sin demora y un juicio público ante juez o jurado.
Sí.
Yes.
Do you agree to waive those rights in exchange for the court entering a plea today?
¿Y usted está de acuerdo en renunciar y dejar esos derechos en suspensión para que el tribunal resuelva su causa hoy?
Sí, en el nombre de Dios.
Yes, in the name of God.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it would be grounds for deportation?
Usted entiende, si no es ciudadano de los Estados Unidos, al emitir esta declaración, usted podría estar sujeto a acciones de deportación.
Sí.
Yes.
State, what would you like me to consider other than the restitution issue?
Fiscalía.
The state leaves it to the court's discretion.
Court's going to order 50 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit time served of 42 days.
Este tribunal ordena 50 días a servir en el cárcel del condado de Osceola con un crédito de 42 días ya servidos.
You're to have no contact with Dominic DePola.
No puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con Dominic DePola.
No return to Port Accrete.
No puede regresar al lugar de los hechos, Port of Bridge.
That's located at 1501 Eastern Avenue in St. Cloud.
Eso se sitúa en el 1501 de St. Cloud.
The court costs of $273.
Gastos judiciales de $273.
Plus $50 public defender lien.
Y $50 por los gastos administrativos del defensor público.
For a total amount of $323.
Eso nos da un total de $323.
That'll be due payable within 60 days.
Eso se tendrá que pagar en los próximos 60 días.
The court will order and reserve on restitution.
Este tribunal se reserva la competencia legal para lo que es la indemnización.
Sir, do you have any questions?
Señor, ¿tiene usted alguna pregunta?
No.
No.
You have 30 days in which to appeal.
Your Honor,
Yes.
may I request 90 days from release for payment?
No.
Su señoría, ¿puedo solicitar 90 días al pago después de su puesta en libertad de los pagos? No, señor.
You have 30 days in which to appeal.
¿Tiene usted un plazo de 30 días para apelar la decisión de este tribunal?
If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court.
Si desea usted que un abogado público le represente en estas diligencias, tiene que solicitarlo ante el tribunal.
If you qualify, one will be appointed to you.
Si usted reúne los requisitos, se le designará uno para representarlo legalmente.
And because I don't know if I actually verbally said it or just said it in my head, the factual basis is pursuant to the arrest warrant.
Y no sé si se lo he dicho antes, pero hay motivo fundado para lo que es la emisión de la orden de arresto, señor.
Thank you, sir. Good luck to you.
Gracias, señor, y que tenga buena suerte.
Gracias también a usted. Dios le bendiga.
Thank you also to the court, and may God bless.
Carlos Martinez Velasco. I think I've got two more after this, just so you know.
Your Honor, was that case just called the case number 20 CT 286, or is that one for Mr. Martinez Velasco?
This is Martinez Velasco, 2019 CT 3108 and 3109.
Thank you.
Mr. Volker, what are we doing?
Yes, I've got a plea form here, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Señor, levante la mano derecha para tomar juramentación.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Usted jura y afirma que el testimonio que dará concernientes a esta causa será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad, con la ayuda de Dios.
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. You can lower your hand.
¿Puede bajar la mano?
Sir, the attorney has a plea form there. Did you read it?
Señor, el abogado tiene ahí una declaración. ¿Usted lo ha leído atentamente?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you understand it?
¿Usted lo ha entendido?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you have enough time to speak with the attorney?
¿Ha tenido bastante tiempo para consultar con su abogado?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their services?
¿Está usted satisfecho con la representación legal de su abogado?
Sí, claro.
Yes, of course.
Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer?
¿Alguien le está obligando o forzando para aceptar la oferta convenida por la fiscalía?
No, nadie.
No, no one.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
¿Está usted bajo los efectos de cualquier tipo de drogas o alcohol?
No, gracias a Dios.
No, thank God.
Paragraph 3 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights.
El párrafo 3 habla de sus derechos legales y constitucionales.
Do you agree to waive those rights in this case in exchange for the court accepting the plea today?
¿Usted está de acuerdo en dejar esos derechos en suspensión para que el tribunal pueda resolver su causa hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea it would be grounds for deportation?
¿Usted entiende que si no es ciudadano de los Estados Unidos, al emitir una declaración de culpabilidad, podría estar sujeto en un futuro a acciones de deportación?
Sí.
Yes.
Based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward.
Después de leer el expediente y la declaración jurada, el tribunal tiene suficiente motivo para proceder y seguir adelante.
Sir, I'm going to find that you're alert and intelligent.
Señor, pongo en actas que usted está atento y inteligente. Yeah.
That you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily.
¿Usted está emitiendo esta declaración de su libre voluntad?
Sí.
Yes.
And the court will accept it.
Y este tribunal acepta su declaración de culpabilidad.
The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt.
Los términos de esta declaración es el fallo formal de la culpabilidad.
12 months supervised probation.
12 meses de régimen de libertad vigilada probatoria.
Attend and complete the DUI Level 1 school.
Tiene que terminar y completar las clases de manejar bajo el estado de influencia nivel 1.
Attend and complete any recommended treatment.
Terminar y cumplir satisfactoriamente cualquier recomendada terapia que le aconsejen.
No alcohol, no drugs.
Nada de alcohol, nada de drogas.
Attend and complete the victim awareness panel.
Terminar y cumplir satisfactoriamente el panel de impacto de víctimas.
50 hours of community service to be completed at a minimum of 5 per month.
50 horas de servicios comunitarios que tienen que cumplir al menos 5 horas mensuales.
10-day vehicle mobilization.
El vehículo quedará impedido durante un periodo de 10 días.
6 months driver's license suspension.
su licencia de conducir será suspendido los privilegios durante 6 meses,
$500 fine,
multa de $500
and court costs,
y gastos judiciales administrativos,
as well as the public defender lien.
así como el gasto del defensor público administrativo.
The amount due is $1,016.
La cantidad total que se debe son $1,016.
That'll be payable at the rate of $101 per month.
Eso se tendrá que pagar en un plan de pago de $101 mensuales.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta, señor?
No, ninguna.
No questions.
You have 30 days in which to appeal.
Tiene un plazo de 30 días para solicitar cualquier apelación de la decisión de este tribunal.
If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court.
Si usted necesita los servicios de un defensor público para esta diligencia, solicítalo en el tribunal.
If you qualify, one would be appointed to you.
Si reúne los requisitos, se le designará abogado público para su representación.
State, may I have an announcement in 2019 CT 3109?
Fiscalía.
The state announcement of null pros.
Sir, the state just announced a null pros in 3109.
Señor, la Fiscalía no va a procesarlo en el caso terminado en 3019.
You will need to report to probation within 24 hours of your release.
A las 24 horas de su puesta en libertad tiene que presentarse en la oficina de probatoria.
You currently report by telephone.
De momento usted se tiene que presentar vía telefónica.
The phone number will be on the paperwork that is emailed to you.
El número de teléfono estará en los documentos que se le entregarán.
Put that mask up over your nose.
Señor, póngase la mascarilla por encima de la nariz.
Oh, no, not you, the guy in the back. Sir, do you have an email address that we can forward the paperwork to?
Señor, ¿usted tiene una dirección de correo electrónico donde podemos enviarle todos los documentos?
No.
No.
Mr. Volker, can you make sure he has the phone number, please? For probation? Because otherwise I have to mail him his paperwork and he won't get it in time.
Write it down for me. Is it 742, 7100?
No, 742-4719.
742, 741.
4719.
4719.
Yes, sir.
We will give him a piece of that.
Thank you. Good luck to you, sir.
Señor, buena suerte.
Gracias, bendiciones.
Thank you. May God bless.
Is Edwin Herrera Martinez there?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
Are we doing a plea?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like just to ask the state if they would consider on this violation of probation because he's done some of the terms.
Wait. I don't have a VOP on him.
Oh, I'm thinking wrong case. I'm thinking wrong case. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hold on. He's taking the plea. I did a plea form.
2020 CT 286 and 2021 CT 66. Good morning, sir. State your name and date of birth again, please.
Señor, buenos días. Por favor, diga su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento para que conste en acta.
Edwin Armina Herrera Martínez, 8586.
8586.
Exacto.
My name is Herrera Martinez and my birthday is 8586.
Sir, raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Señor, levante la mano derecha para tomar juramento.
¿Perdón?
Levante la mano derecha para tomar juramento.
Claro que sí.
Of course.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Usted jura y afirma que el testimonio que dará concernientes a esta causa será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más de la verdad, con la ayuda de Dios.
Sí, señor.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can lower your hand.
¿Puede bajar la mano?
Sir, for your two cases, your attorney has a plea form in his hand. Did you read them?
Señor, para sus dos causas y resolverlas, su abogado tiene una declaración, un documento declaratorio en la mano. ¿Usted los ha leído?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you understand them?
¿Lo ha entendido todo?
Exacto. Correcto.
Correct.
Do you need any time to speak with an attorney before moving forward?
¿Necesita usted más tiempo para hablar con su abogado antes de seguir adelante?
No.
No.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
¿Está usted bajo los efectos de drogas o alcohol que le impiden saber lo que está haciendo?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Paragraph 3 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights.
En el párrafo 3 habla de sus derechos constitucionales y sociales.
Those rights include, but are not limited to,
Esos derechos incluyen, pero no se limitan solamente con
your right to a jury trial,
el derecho de tener un juicio oral ante jurado,
your right to a speedy trial,
su derecho de un juicio oral sin demora
your right to an attorney.
y su derecho de estar representado por un abogado.
Do you agree to waive those rights in exchange for the court accepting the plea today?
Usted accede a dejar esos derechos en suspensión para que el tribunal resuelva su causa hoy mismo.
Sí.
Yes.
If you are not a United States citizen, you understand that by entering into this plea, it would be grounds for deportation.
Si usted no es ciudadano de los Estados Unidos, entiende que al emitir esta declaración podría estar sujeto a acciones de deportación en un futuro, señor.
Entiendo.
I understand.
Based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit in 286, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward.
Después de revisar el expediente, veo que hay motivo fundado para, en el caso 286, proceder y seguir hacia adelante.
Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent,
Que conste en acta que le encuentro a usted alerto e inteligente,
that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily,
que usted está emitiendo esta declaración de su libre voluntad
and the court will accept it.
y este tribunal lo acepta.
The terms of the plea are withhold of adjudication,
Los términos es la suspensión del fallo de culpabilidad,
$200 fine,
multa de $200
and court costs.
y gastos judiciales administrativos.
The amount due in that case is $478.
La cantidad total que se debe son $478.
Sir, do you have any questions regarding that case?
Señor, ¿usted tiene cualquier pregunta con respecto a esa cantidad de multa que le he impuesto?
No, señoría.
No, Your Honor.
You have 30 days in which to appeal.
Usted dispone de un plazo de 30 días para presentar cualquier tipo de apelación.
If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court.
Si usted necesita los servicios de un defensor público o de un abogado, lo puede solicitar ante el tribunal.
If you qualify, one will be appointed to you.
Si usted reúne los requisitos, se le designará uno para representarlo legalmente.
Now I'm going to turn to 2021 CT 66.
Ahora vamos a ocuparnos del 2021 CT 266.
Based upon the court's review of the uniform traffic citation, I find there's sufficient factual basis.
Después de leer la declaración jurada y el informe policial, veo que hay motivo fundado de los hechos.
Sir, I'm going to find that you're alert and intelligent,
Señor, dictamino que usted está despierto y con conocimiento de causa,
that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily,
que está admitiendo esa declaración de su libre voluntad,
and the court will accept it.
que ese tribunal lo acepta.
The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt,
Se le declara culpable formalmente,
attend and complete the advanced driver improvement course in 60 days,
tiene que terminar el curso avanzado de conductor en los próximos 60 días,
$100 fine,
multa de $100
and court costs.
y gastos judiciales administrativos.
The amount due is $378.
La cantidad de ver son $378.
Do you have any questions regarding that case?
¿Alguna pregunta sobre esta causa, señor?
No.
No.
You have 30 days in which to appeal.
Tiene 30 días para presentar una apelación.
If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court.
Si necesita los servicios de un defensor público, lo puede solicitar ante el tribunal.
If you qualify, one will be appointed to you.
Si usted le reúne los requisitos, se le designará uno para representarlo legalmente.
Sir, you're going to need to report to the clerk's office within 60 days of your release.
Señor, una vez que le pongan usted en libertad, tiene usted 60 días para presentarse en la Secretaría del Tribunal.
At that time, you can either pay both amounts in full or set up a payment plan.
En ese momento, usted podrá pagar todas las cantidades en su debido momento o puede establecer un plan de pago mensual.
If you choose to do a payment plan, they will charge you a fee.
Si usted decide acogerse al plan de pago, habrá una comisión adicional.
The fee and the first payment would be due that day.
Y también el pago, el primer pago se deberá en ese mismo día.
So if you choose a payment plan, you should expect to bring $75 to $100 with you.
Así que si se acoge usted a un plan de pago, traiga consigo una cantidad entre 75 y $100.
Do you have any questions?
¿Pregunta, señor?
No, ninguna, señoría.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Good luck to you.
Señor, buena suerte.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
All right, I think we got one more. Vidal Malesio de Jesus. All right, Mr. Volker, this is your VOP.
Yes, Your Honor. I was just wondering if the state would consider admit, revoke, and terminate offer in this. He spent over 100 days, 110 days in jail.
I show 97.
Am I on the wrong case again? I'm sorry.
No, it's the right case.
Vidal Alexander?
Yeah, 97 on the VOP.
The docket says 110.
My docket says 97.
Either way, nearly 100 days in jail, and he's done some of the terms. So we'd like to ask the state if they'd entertain and admit, revoke, and term offer in this.
State.
Your Honor, the offer would be for a jail-only offer at 120 days, revoke and term in court hall.
Mr. Volker, it would be admit 120 days, revoke and term, court costs. And he needs to understand, though, that even though he is not going to be required by the court to do the items that are outstanding, DMV will require him to.
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
All right, do you need the interpreter?
No.
No? Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. I think we're done for today.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
I had him holding on because it indicates Spanish.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay. Sir, raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You can lower your hand. All right, we're going to start with 2021 MM51 first. Sir, did you read the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have enough time to speak with the attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer?
No, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No.
Paragraph 3 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights. Do you agree to waive those rights in exchange for the court accepting this plea today?
Yes.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it would be grounds for deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. So I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt, 23 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit time served of 23 days, court costs in the amount of $273, and the public defender lien of $50 for a total amount due of $323. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Next, I'm going to turn to 2018 MM4362. Sir, the attorney has an admission form in his hand. Did you read it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have enough time to speak with the attorneys?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their services?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer today?
No.
Paragraph 2 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights. Do you agree to waive those rights in this case in exchange for the court accepting this plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
If you are not a United States citizen, you understand that by entering into this admission, it would be grounds for deportation.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, my computer doesn't work as fast as I want to. Based upon the court's review of the warrant for violation of probation entered on February 13, 2020, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you're alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this admission freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the admission are to adjudication of guilt, revoke and terminate the prior probation conditions, 120 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit time served of 97 days, an outstanding cost of supervision of $250, outstanding court cost of $1,198. The total amount is $1,448. For both of these cases, I'm going to require you to report to the clerk's office within 60 days of your release. You will need to set up a payment plan. At that time, they will charge you a fee to set up the payment plan, as well as expect the first payment to be made. So you should plan to arrive with $75 to $100. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome. As a reminder, even though this court revoked and terminated the requirements of your probation, because it is a DUI, the Department of Motor Vehicles will keep your driver's license suspended until you have completed the DUI school, the victim awareness panel, and the 10-day impoundment. That is not inside the court's discretion, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, ma'am.
Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. George Nee. You haven't even gotten to this stack yet.
Judge, I believe that he pled already.
No, I didn't process a plea on him.
You did not?
Nope. I know he wanted to.
They took him, Judge.
Oh, okay. Can we get him back? Because it's a credit time served. I mean, you got a second group coming up anyway.
Yes, Judge, they're going to try to get him now.
All right. How about Mr. Santiago? Is he still there? Yes.
Yes, Judge, he is here.
Okay, is it a plea or not?
No, Judge, it's going to be a not guilty.
All right, let me see here. All right, I do see that an application is on file. Not guilty will be entered. Is it March 9th, sir? Pre-TC? Pre-trial will be set for March 9th.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. That brings us to group 2. Mr. Lopez.
Yes, Judge?
I have one of your clients here in person because he was released from jail. But of course we don't. Oh, never mind. I didn't see Miss Perez. She was hiding. We're going to take care of his case while we're getting the second. I don't have sound.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Yesel Cabrera, 10380.
Mr. Cabrera, you are here this morning for arraignment for trespass on property other than structure or conveyance. That is a first-degree misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail, 1 year supervised probation, and a $1,000 fine. State, is there an offer in this matter?
Your Honor, was this Herrera Martinez?
No, this is Yesel Cabrera. Number 2.
Number 2 in the docket?
Yes, sir.
The offer is a adjudication of guilt, credit time served, letter of apology.
Letter of apology to whom?
Paul Reek, the manager.
Mr. Volker, the state's offers adjudication of guilt, credit time served, letter of apology to the manager at Publix, and court costs. Do you guys need to talk about that?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
All right, I'll recall him.
Thank you.
Why is it so loud over there?
What's name? Nadine Bros? The first one? Okay. All right. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about it. All right.
She said no females were there, right? Isn't that what she said? None of the females were there? Isn't that what she said?
Oh, I don't know. I just knew she said Ms. Brooks wasn't there. I didn't
Because
hear the other part.
that's Amy. Alexander Zell? Morning, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. It's Alexander Zell and 4/25/1997.
Thank you, sir. You're here this morning for a violation of probation arraignment. The underlying charge is resisting officer without violence. According to probation, you owe $50 back cost of supervision, $313 fines and court cost. And the other items aren't due yet, but you also have a new law. State, is there an offer in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer is to admit, including the new law, and reinstate probation.
Your Honor, I was just trying to see if there's any way I can reinstate my probation without admitting to it. I talked to my probation officer, and my probation officer...
Mr. Zell, let me just cut you off right there.
Yes, ma'am.
There is absolutely no way I can reinstate your probation without an admission. There's no legal authority to do so because you've already violated. So either you accept the state's offer or you enter a denial and it's set for a status hearing with your judge, okay?
Yes, yes.
All right. I can only do so much.
Judge, can we have a minute and recall him?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Mario Henry.
Judge, he is located in Duval County.
Oh.
That's Henry, correct?
Henry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's located in Duval County.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Okay.
So it's set for pretrial.
Judge, I believe that this is actually my case that I'm going to be taking over, but I haven't reviewed all the facts or everything yet. I know that we've done pleas in absentia before, so I just need to contact him in Duval County and see what we're going to do with his case.
Was Speedy previously waived? Was Speedy previously waived?
I'm not sure. Hold on. Was it told?
Well, it was originally told. But he was found competent in July.
July.
Attorney to
last year?
contact you, yeah, 2020. Attorney to contact judicial assistant to schedule plea. And we had PTC 11-2, was moved over to 11-5, then 113. Pled not guilty, case set for virtual pretrial.
He's been in custody in involved since August of last year.
I don't know.
It says his next court date is February 9th.
So, Mr. Lopez,
Yes, Judge.
are you asking me to set this for a plea in absentia, or are you asking for a continuance? Because if you're wanting a continuance, I need a waiver of speedy.
Yes, Judge, but I can't get that waiver of speedy yet, so can I set this up for a plea in absentia in a couple of months?
How about we do this? How about we set it for a docket sounding, and that will give you time to get up to speed and figure out what's going on.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you, Judge.
It's going to be set for March 23rd at 2 p.m. If he is in jail in our custody, then it will be on my jail arraignment day, which would be March 18th. But if he's out of custody, it's going to be March 23rd at 2 p.m. If we're having in-person proceedings, he will need to be here. If we are not, then it will be via video.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right, do we have females yet?
Yes, we do have a female here.
All right, let's handle Melvin Pollard first.
Okay, perfect, Judge.
I see him better.
And Judge, we're going to be setting this case for trial.
Okay. I'm fine, Mr. Pollard. How are you?
I'm doing, hanging in there. I'd like to say thank you for your patience with me in navigating through this, trying to make sure I won't get a...
Yeah, he did.
Come a long way from being hit by that car, huh?
You sure did, Mr. Pollard. Just hang in there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Pollard, we are here for docket sounding on your driving while license suspended, your knowingly driving while license suspended, and of course that pesky little traffic infraction. Your attorney has indicated that we're going to be setting this matter for trial. How about May 10th?
What day, Judge?
May 10th.
Perfect.
And are you guys trying all of them together? You don't know, maybe?
Yes, no.
Oh, Your Honor, I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. Well, we're going to set both of them for the same day and see what happens.
Okay.
All right. Trial will be May 10th, assuming we have jurors. That's it. That's the word I'm looking for.
Thank you, and may God continue blessing you.
Thank you, Mr. Pollard.
Thank you, Judge.
George Nee, he's back in the enclosure.
He's here, Judge. They're gonna.
I know. Did you get a signed plea form?
Judge, Nee George, right?
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
Good morning, sir. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Just as fast you can. No, you can keep him handcuffed. There you go.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. You can lower your hand. State your name and date of birth, please.
My name is George Henry Nee III, born March 27th, 1961.
And Mr. Nee, did you review the plea form?
Yes, I did.
Did you understand it?
Yes, I did.
Did you have enough time to speak with the attorneys?
Yes, I did.
Are you satisfied with their services?
Yes, I am.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, I am not.
Have you been diagnosed with any mental health issues?
Not recently, no.
When you say not recently, when was the last time?
About a year ago, I had a suicidal situation, but I resolved it.
Okay, was there any mental health diagnosis though, or was it just a Baker
I
Act?
was suffering from manic depression. I still am, and I take medication for it, but it's not that serious. I'm on medication for it.
Okay, do you understand the terms of the plea in which you're about to enter?
Yes, I do.
Paragraph 3 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights. Do you agree to waive those rights in this case in exchange for the court accepting the plea today?
Yes, I do.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it would be grounds for deportation?
Yes, I do.
Based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt, 13 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit time served of 13 days. No return to the Wawa located at 1125 East Earl Bronson Memorial Highway. Letter of apology that should be directed to the employees of Wawa. You'll need to file a copy of that with the clerk as proof that you've done it. Court costs in the amount of $273 as well as $50 for the public defender lien. Total amount due is $323. Mr. Nee, you will need to report to the clerk's office within 60 days to either set up a payment plan or to pay it in full. If you choose to do a payment plan, they will charge you their convenience fee as well as the first payment that day. So if you choose a payment plan, you should expect to bring between $75 and $100 with you. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't, ma'am.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Good luck to you, Mr. Nee. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Judge, I have a completed plea form here for Cabron Jaleso? Is that how you say it?
Zell Cabrera?
How about Giselle Cabrera?
Is that Cabrera? Yes, Judge.
Sometimes handwriting is just a little challenging.
I cannot read Cabrera here, but yes, it is that.
Good morning, sir. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you solemnly affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You may lower your hand. State your name and date of birth, please.
Zell Cabrera, 10380.
10-3 of what year?
80.
Thank you. Sir, the attorney has a plea form there. Did you read it?
Yes, I did.
Did you understand it?
Yes, I did.
Did you have enough time to speak with the attorneys?
Yes, I did.
Are you satisfied with their services?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer today?
No, ma'am.
Paragraph 3 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights, including but not limited to your right to a jury trial, your right to a speedy trial. Do you agree to waive those rights in exchange for the court accepting this plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it would be grounds for deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt, 30 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit time served of 30 days. No return to the Publix located at 2625 Simpson Road. Letter of apology to Paul Reich, it's R-E-I-C-H, who is the manager at Publix. You'll need to provide a copy to the clerk as proof that you've done the letter. Court costs in the amount of $273 plus $50 for the public defender lien, which leaves a balance of $323. You'll need to report to the clerk's office within 60 days of your release to either pay that in full or to set up a payment plan. If you choose a payment plan, they will require the first payment as well as their fee, so you should expect to bring $75 to $100 with you that day. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Good luck to you, Mr. Cabrera. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, we have a completed plea form for Lancaster Julie.
Julie Lancaster? Oh, my nose is itchy. Good morning, ma'am. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. Lower your hand. State your name and date of birth, please.
Julie Lancaster, 12/24/1988.
Ms. Lancaster, did you read the plea form?
Yes.
Did you understand it?
Yes.
Did you have enough time to speak with the attorneys? Are you satisfied with their services? Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer? Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol? Paragraph 3 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights, including but not limited to your right to a jury trial, your right to a speedy trial. Do you agree to waive those rights in exchange for the court accepting this plea today? If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it would be grounds for deportation? Based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Ma'am, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. Mr. Melvin, before I pronounce the terms of the plea, is there something you needed to add?
Well, Your Honor, I would like to hear what the plea is that we have on record, because I was just told on a phone call that they were asking for a withhold, and I want to make sure that's not what is in the plea here.
The one that I had informed them of was adjudication, $100 fine, ADI, and court costs.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. That's
What's on the plea form?
Judge, I have AG, credit time served, court cost, and ADI.
Okay.
Okay.
We're all on the same page. Terms of the plea is adjudication of guilt, $100 fine, attend and complete the advanced driver improvement course within 60 days. You'll need to provide proof of that to the clerk, because if you don't, they'll move forward with suspension again. Court costs in the amount of $378 plus the $50 public defender lien. It's an amount due of $428. You'll need to report to the clerk's office within 60 days of your release to either pay that in full or to set up a payment plan. If you choose the payment plan option, you should expect to show up with $75 to $100. The clerk's office will require their fee to be paid as well as the first payment. Do you have any questions? You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Good luck to you, Ms. Lancaster. Thank you. Mr. Lopez, do you have Plata or McCants over there?
They're quarantining, Judge.
Oh, so they won't be with us?
They're going to come last.
Oh, I thought we were on the last.
No, because they're too quarantined, they have to bring them last.
Okay.
Who's that?
But we're working on a plea for Zell.
McCants and Plata. Well, what about Bros?
Oh, she's quarantining, she has to come last.
Okay. So as soon as we handle Zell, we'll be good for the other three to come up and wrap this up.
Judge, I was just informed that we conflicted of this case, but he completed an admission form.
Okay.
And I believe he's ready. And Judge, for Zell Alexander, we're going to go with the first plea that we talked to the state, which is going to be the admit, revoke, and terminate credit time served and court costs. We're not going to go with the reinstatement.
Is that the offer? Because that one hasn't been communicated to me. Admit, revoke in term, credit time served in court costs.
Yes, Your Honor, that's the previous
Okay.
offer I had sent. And then they asked for reinstatement, so I reconsidered with that.
Okay, but we're doing the revoke in term.
Yes, and there's the back cost of supervision also.
Yeah. Mr. Zell? Good morning again, sir. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can lower your hand. State your name and date of birth, please.
Alexander Zell, 4/25/1997.
Mr. Zell, though I don't see any paperwork on file regarding it, the public defender has indicated that they had a conflict in this case and they're not allowed to represent you. Do you feel comfortable moving forward without representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to review the admission form?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need any time to speak with an attorney before moving forward?
No, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer?
No, ma'am.
You understand that by accepting the state's offer, that could affect your new law violation that you have outstanding as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And you feel comfortable moving forward still?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's in my best interest.
Okay. Paragraph 2 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights, including but not limited to your right to have an evidentiary hearing in this matter. At that hearing, it would be the state's responsibility to prove that you have in fact violated your probation. If they are successful, then it would be passed on to the court for an appropriate sentencing. If they are not successful, then the violation of probation would be dismissed and you would be reinstated back to the terms, being that there's more time left on your probation. Do you agree to waive your right to have that hearing in exchange for the court accepting your admission today?
Yes, ma'am.
If you're not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this admission, it would be grounds for deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Based upon the court's review of the on-view violation of probation affidavit executed on January 20th, 2021, court finds that there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Sir, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this admission freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the admission are an adjudication of guilt, 12 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit time served of 12 days, revoke and terminate the prior probation conditions, outstanding back costs of supervision in the amount of $50, fines and court costs of $313. Total amount due is $363. That will be due payable within 60 days. If you find that you cannot pay it within that 60 days, you can set up a payment plan with the clerk's office. If you choose the payment plan option, they will require their fee as well as the first payment be made that day. So you should expect to bring $75 to $100 with you. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Good luck to you, Mr. Zell. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a great day.
You too.
Judge, you're gonna pick up the other two people.
There should be 3.
3 people.
I have Nadine Bros, Amy Platt, and Yolanda McCants.
Judge McCann's refused to come.
Oh, she don't get to refuse. This is a pretrial. But that's okay. I'll issue a warrant for her failure to appear, 0 bond. And speedy is waived.
Can we set it for trial, Judge?
No. She needs to be here, Mr. Lopez. And since she's decided not to grace me with her presence, that is how we will handle that. That was McCants.
What are we setting for?
Yeah.
Oh, we're not setting for anything. It's 0 bond.
Well, because she's in custody, so I can amend the bond to reflect it.
Yep.
And then we're just.
And we're waiving speedy.
Okay.
Okay, so since she's already in there, procedurally, how does that work?
Well, we can amend the bond, because right now it's 2,999. She can bond out at any time.
Okay,
But if I do the order amending it to 0 because she refused to attend pretrials,
so she'll go to IAs?
no? She won't go to IAs because she's already.
Because she's already been IA'd.
If she's already in jail, she's in custody on the case. Court amends bond amount to reflect 0.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes, Judge?
Just to give you a heads up, since she's already had IAs, she won't be before the court again unless she files something.
Does she have an attorney or a PD app?
I show that you guys are on the case.
There's no PDF, I believe.
But there's
Yes,
no-
you're right. No, there is. There was one filed November 10th.
Yeah, you guys were appointed November 10th.
Okay.
So I just want to give you a heads up so that she's not just sitting there forever and ever, amen. Because she won't have IA again because she's already been IA'd.
Okay, Judge, thank you.
So when you talk to her, you might want to tell her it's in her best interest to come to court.
It is.
Because she had a bond. But she don't now.
Now she's not.
Oh, that's not good.
No.
Oh, well.
All you gotta do is come to court.
That's not good.
I mean, we could have resolved the case today, maybe. Oh, it was a credit time served offer.
Oh.
Mhm. Maybe if she decides she'd like to accept that plea, she can communicate that to you guys and we can get it set on my next jail arraignment.
Yes, Judge, we will try everything in our power.
I know you will, Mr. Lopez. I'm just trying to help you out. State for my records and for Mr. Lopez, since they're going to try to speak with her, can you tell me what the exact terms are, please?
Yes, Your Honor. There were 2 potential offers in this case. The first is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and court costs. The second is a withhold of $300 fine and court costs.
Did you get that, Mr. Lopez?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Miss Lewis is kind of soft-spoken sometimes, so.
Sorry.
Yep, I got it.
Loud in my head.
Then you can only imagine how loud I feel I am. Hey, while we're waiting, is there an offer on plat?
Yes, Your Honor, there is. I did not have the chance to convey this offer to defense, but the offer is adjudication of guilt, 12 months probation, anger management class, mental health evaluation and treatment, substance abuse evaluation and treatment, no hostile contact with the victim based on the victim's desire for no hostile contact, and court costs. And the state would be willing to run this concurrent with the resisting without violence case 20MM 2988. And if the plea is accepted, the state would be willing to drop the new case 21MM 159.
Oh, okay, hold on. I only have 2 cases on my docket.
Oh, yes, Your Honor, that's right. The new case has not been filed on yet.
Okay, so for 20MM 2988, I show adjudication, 12 months supervised probation, anger management class, mental health evaluation, any recommended treatment, substance abuse evaluation, any recommended treatment, no hostile contact, and court costs.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
And then for 2989?
It's 20MM 298.
Oh, I think it was the other way around.
I have it as 2988.
Well, I have 20MM 2989 and 20MM 2988.
Sorry, I see what you're saying. Yes, Your Honor, that would be the offer for 2989, and the state would be willing to run that concurrently with 2988.
So same terms?
Yes,
Just
Your Honor.
concurrent?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Mr. Lopez, did you get all that? I was trying to find out what the offer was so you guys can talk to her while we're processing bros.
Yes, who's this?
It's for Amy Platt.
Okay.
So on 2020 MM 2989, It's adjudication of guilt, 12-month supervised probation, anger management course, mental health eval and treatment, substance abuse eval and treatment, no hostile contact, and court costs. That would be concurrent to 2020 MM 2988 with the same terms.
Okay.
So that way someone can be talking to her while we're processing bros, so I can try to get you guys out of there for lunch, considering we're due back at 1:30.
How far away is the trail from here?
It's about 10 minutes. It's not far. But they appear via video for the 1:30s. It's just everybody should probably get some lunch. I am not one to deprive people of lunch, especially myself. That is not good for anybody.
Sorry, Your Honor, I have an update on Plata. The state would actually be okay with, instead of doing the concurrent probation, it could just be credit time served for the resisting and just probation on the 2989 case. Sorry for the confusion there.
Okay, so the resisting would be credit time served,
Yes, Your Honor.
and then the 2989 would be all those terms.
Yes.
Okay. Did you get that, Mr. Lopez?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thanks.
I'm just gonna go with the score. The offense itself.
Judge,
Yes.
can I have what's outstanding for Bros Nadine?
$50 back cost of supervision, $50 public defender lien, 40 hours community service. The ICC has already been done, and here's what I will say. I was asked for this item to be put on my docket today because there was a negotiated plea. If you're telling me there's not, I am not going to be happy.
No, Judge, I was just confirming.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, here's another letter.
No, I'm not done with the jail feed. I wish I were, but I'm not.
Your Honor, the weeks that you have the jail feed for jail arraignments, do you also cover initial appearances, or is it split different?
It's rotated between, I believe, 9 judges.
9 judges.
I can tell you when I'm going to have them, because Judge Sanders and I swapped out a week. I'm covering for Judge John Savage a couple of days. Pretty much March is almost my entire month, almost. So I have them the week of March 1st, March 18th and 19th, and the week of March 29th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sent out the RIA schedule yesterday, and I'm doing February 16th, and I was wondering if it was going to be you or someone else.
Nope, not I. I could probably tell you who it is going to be, though.
Oh, I would love that. I mean, God, you are harsh, man.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am?
we're ready for Plata if you'd like to move forward with Plata.
Sure?
Pardon?
I said sure.
Oh, okay. Mary Jane Cooper on behalf of Ms. Plata in 20mm 2988 and 20mm 2989.
Plata, raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can lower your hand. State your name and date of birth, please.
Amy Plata, 3481.
Ms. Plata, the attorney has a plea form in 2020 MM 2988 and 2020 MM 2989. Did you read them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have enough time to speak with the attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with their services?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer in each of these cases today?
No, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Paragraph 3 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights, including but not limited to your right to jury trial, your right to a speedy trial. Do you agree to waive those rights in exchange for the court accepting the plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't seem very positive about that, Ms. Plata.
I really couldn't hear you too well. I'm sorry.
Well, then I wouldn't answer yes if you can't hear me.
Yes, ma'am.
In every criminal case, the defendant has the right to have a jury trial and a speedy trial. Do you agree to waive those rights in exchange for the court accepting this plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this plea, it would be grounds for deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
For 2020 MM 2988, based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Ma'am, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and court costs.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Defense misunderstood. I thought that for the resisting that Mr. Card had announced that in exchange for the plea, he was entering a null pros on the resisting.
No, what he said was adjudication, credit time served, and court costs, and on the other case was all the other requirements.
Okay. Let me just, real quick, just retell her.
Not on my watch.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, now that those terms have been explained to you, do you still wish to move forward?
Yes, ma'am.
Terms of the plea is adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and court cost. The amount due is $273. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Next, I'm going to turn to 2020 MM 2989. Based upon the court's review of the charging affidavit, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Ma'am, I'm going to find that you are alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this plea freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the plea are an adjudication of guilt, 12 months supervised probation, attend and complete the 8-hour anger management course. That's to be completed within 90 days of your release.
Yes, ma'am.
Mental health evaluation and any recommended treatment, substance abuse evaluation and any recommended treatment, no alcohol, no drugs, no weapons, no firearms, no hostile contact.
With Miguel Plata.
Give me a moment. Do you have a name? 'Cause I'm not seeing it in the charging affidavit. State, do you have a name?
For the victim, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Yes, the victim in this case is Miguel Plata.
Miguel what?
Miguel Plata.
Thank you.
Plata.
Thank you. No hostile contact with Miguel Plata. Ma'am, that means if you start feeling yourself to get a little bit aggravated, you need to walk away from the situation, because if police are called, you're the one that's going to jail. Do you understand? I don't have any volume.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Court costs in the amount of $273, as well as the public defender application fee of $50. Brings the balance to $323. Do you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. Does that have to be both of them have to be paid within 30 days?
No, ma'am, I'm actually getting ready to address that now.
Yes, ma'am.
Both of them need to be paid within 60 days. If you find that you don't have the financial ability to pay them, you can report to the clerk's office and set up a payment plan. If you choose to do a payment plan, they will require their fee as well as the first payment to be due that day. So you need to plan on bringing $75 to $100 with you. Do you have any other questions?
No, ma'am.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. If you need the services of an attorney, you can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Good luck to you, ma'am. By the way, you need to report to probation within 24 hours of your ultimate release from jail. And that phone number will be on your paperwork that is sent to the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Judge, we're waiting on Bros Nadine.
Nadine Bros,
Good morning, afternoon.
good afternoon. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. State your name and date of birth, please.
Christine Bros, 6/16/77.
Ms. Bros, the attorney has a admission form in their hand. Did you read it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have enough time to speak with the attorneys about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to accept the state's offer?
No, ma'am.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Paragraph 2 sets forth your constitutionally protected rights, including but not limited to your right to have an evidentiary hearing in this matter. Do you agree to waive that right in exchange for the court accepting this admission today?
Yes, ma'am.
If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering into this admission, it would be grounds for deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Based upon the court's review of the warrant for violation of probation executed January 12, 2021, I find there's sufficient factual basis to move forward. Ma'am, I'm going to find that you're alert and intelligent, that you're entering into this admission freely and voluntarily, and the court will accept it. The terms of the admission is an adjudication of guilt, revoke and terminate the prior probation conditions, 15 days in the Osceola County Jail with credit time served of 15 days. That costs a supervision of $250, public defender lien of $50 for a total balance of $300. You will need to report to the clerk's office within 30 days of your release to set up a payment plan or to pay it in full. If you choose to do a payment plan, they will require their fee as well as the first fee be paid that day. So you should expect to bring between $75 and $100 with you. Do you have any questions?
I do not.
You have 30 days in which to appeal. You need the services of an attorney. You can apply to the court. If you qualify, one will be appointed to you. Good luck to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lopez, is that everybody?
That is everybody, Judge, for now.
All right. Court will be in recess till approximately 1:30.
Hello at the jail, can you hear and see us?
Yes, we can.
Where's your station? Schofield?
So he's Pearl Harbor,
Okay.
but I know that most of his work is in something in a mountain.
In a mountain?
He does, he's a cryptology technician,
Okay.
so something in a mountain.
You are here for an initial appearance after detention. The rules of criminal procedure require that you be brought before a judicial officer within 24 hours of your arrest. The purpose of the initial appearance is to have a judge list the charges against you, inform you of certain rights that you have, and to determine the conditions of your release. You should have already received a copy of these charges. The judge will review your paperwork to determine if there was probable cause to arrest you. If the judge finds probable cause, he or she will then determine if you qualify for bond and what the monetary and non-monetary conditions of your bond should be. If the judge does not have enough information to make a probable cause determination for your arrest, the state may be given additional time to amend the paperwork. You should also be aware of the following rights afforded to you by the Constitution. You are not required to say anything at this proceeding. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to communicate with counsel, family, or friends, and if necessary, you will be provided a reasonable means to do so. You have the right to counsel. If you have not already retained counsel and cannot afford counsel, the judge will appoint you a public defender. For the purposes of today's initial appearance proceedings, you may be able to briefly speak with a public defender regardless of whether the public defender is appointed for you.
I think he's to finish his bachelor's first.
In order to have an attorney appointed by the court to represent you, you must be financially eligible, as determined by the court based on financial information you provide. Therefore, if you have not already done so, please complete, to the best of your knowledge, the financial affidavits provided by the correction officers. An application fee for the services of appointed counsel will be assessed. If you do not speak English or Spanish, please let a corrections officer know. When the judge is ready, she or he will begin calling your case by name. Please listen carefully for your name. When called, please approach the microphone as directed by the corrections officers. Thank you.
Yeah.
Usted se encuentra aquí para una audiencia o vista preliminaria, después de haber sido arrestado. Las leyes y estatutos criminales del estado de la Florida requieren que se celebre una vista preliminaria ante un oficial judicial dentro de un plazo de 24 horas después de su arresto. El propósito de esta vista preliminaria es para que el juez pronuncie los cargos contra usted, para que se le comunique a usted sus derechos procesales y para determinar las condiciones de su libertad o fianza. Ya usted debería haber recibido una copia de estas alegaciones o acusaciones por escrito. Ahora, el juez revisará la documentación en su caso para determinar si existe motivo fundado o causa probable para su arresto y detención. Si el juez determina que existe causa probable o motivo fundado, entonces decidirá si usted califica para que se le otorgue una fianza, tanto como cuáles serían las condiciones monetarias o no monetarias de dicha fianza. Si el juez no posee suficiente información para determinar si existe causa probable o motivo fundado para justificar el arresto, se le concederá a la Fiscalía tiempo adicional para modificar la documentación. También se les avisa que posee los siguientes derechos que se les otorgan por la Constitución. A usted no se le puede obligar a decir nada durante esta vista. Cualquier cosa que diga podrá ser utilizada en su contra como evidencia. Usted tiene el derecho de comunicarse con un abogado, pariente o amigo, y si es necesario que se les proporcione los medios razonables y disponibles para hacerlo. Usted tiene el derecho a un abogado. Si todavía no ha encontrado o contratado un abogado y no tiene los recursos para hacerlos, entonces el juez le nombrará un defensor público. Para el propósito de la audiencia preliminaria de hoy, se le permitirá hablar brevemente con un abogado de la Oficina del Defensor Público, aun cuando no se le haya nombrado para representarle en todo el caso. Para poder recibir la designación de un abogado, primero debe calificar económicamente según lo determine el juez. Esto será basado en la información financiera que usted proporcione aquí. Por lo tanto, si no lo ha hecho todavía, de la mejor manera posible, por favor, llene el formulario de insolvencia económica que se le ha proporcionado por el oficial de correcciones. Se le impondrá un recargo o costo por los servicios del defensor público. Si usted no habla inglés, por favor, hágale saber al oficial de correcciones. Cuando esté listo, el juez comenzará el proceso llamando a cada una persona y caso por su nombre. Por favor, esté pendiente para pasar adelante cuando escuche su nombre, y cuando escuche su nombre, haga el favor de acercarse al micrófono, tal como le indique el oficial de correcciones. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Good afternoon, this is Dalia Romero, Spanish interpreter on the line, already sworn in today.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Ms. Romero. Let's start with Grullon Molino.
Julian Molino?
Grullon, Grullon, Polino, Paulino.
Grullon Polino, por favor, pase adelante.
Good afternoon, sir.
Buenas tardes, señor. Good afternoon.
This is case number 21CT226. Sir, you are entitled to be represented by an attorney.
Señor, estamos aquí en el caso 21CT226 y usted tiene el derecho de ser representado por un abogado.
I'm going to provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Provisionalmente se le designa a la Oficina de Defensores Públicos para que le represente.
If you wish to be represented by that office throughout this case, you will need to complete an affidavit of indigency.
Si usted quiere ser representado por la Oficina de Defensores Públicos, tiene que llenar la solicitud para ver si es indigente.
If you qualify, the court will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you throughout this case at a later time.
Y si es elegible, el juez le designa la Oficina de Defensores Públicos para que le represente en una fecha más adelante.
So you are arrested and charged with operating a motor vehicle without a valid license.
Señora, ¿usted se le acusó de manejar un vehículo motorizado sin una licencia válida?
I reviewed the arrest affidavit, and I do find probable cause for the offense charged.
Yo he repasado la affidavit de arresto y hallo que hay causas que respaldan el cargo por el cual se le ha arrestado.
You qualify for pretrial release, so I'm going to order pretrial release after you surrender your passport to the Office of the Clerk of Courts.
Usted es elegible para quedar en libertad bajo el programa de libertad preventiva. Se le va a permitir salir bajo libertad preventiva después que usted haya entregado su pasaporte con la oficina del actuario.
I'm sorry, Judge. This defendant doesn't qualify for pretrial release. He's a native of the Dominican Republic.
Right.
And his intent was to return back to the Dominican Republic.
Right.
But now that you are asking him to surrender a passport, I guess he won't be going anywhere.
Well, I can't.
El oficial ha dicho que este acusado es ciudadano de la República Dominicana y la intención de él era regresar, así que por lo tanto no es elegible para el programa de libertad preventiva.
The cover sheet says he meets the criteria.
Yes, Judge. We're sorry about that. You received this after we discovered this fact about the defendant.
Okay. So I'm going to grant ROR release after you surrender your passport to the Office of the Clerk of Court.
Señor, usted va a poder salir bajo palabra después de que entregue su pasaporte a la oficina del actuario.
All right, is there anything further we need to do on this case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor. Eso es todo.
All right, is there anyone else who needs the assistance of the interpreter?
¿Hay alguna otra persona que necesite la asistencia del intérprete?
As far as I'm aware, Your Honor, no.
Okay, that was my understanding as well. All right, Mr. Romero, thank you so much.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes.
may we please call Norris Anthony first on the list as he's currently participating in detox? And Your Honor, it appears we may have two that will be need to reset.
Okay. Let me look for Anthony Norris. All right, is Mr. Norris ready?
Yes, Your Honor. He's present.
All right, Mr. Norris, good afternoon, sir. All right, sir, this is case number 21MM250. Sir, you're entitled to be represented by a lawyer. I'm going to provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. If you wish to be represented by that office unconditionally, you can complete an affidavit of indigency. And if you qualify, the court will appoint the public defender's office unconditionally, and that would happen at a later date. But they are provisionally appointed now. So you were arrested and charged with petty theft, second offense, and committing a theft and resisting recovery of merchandise. I have reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause for the offenses charged. I'm going to stay the bond amounts. I'm going to order that as a condition of bond, you not return to any Walmart and that you may not possess or consume any drugs or alcohol, no drugs or narcotics without a valid prescription. Okay, thank you, sir. Are there any court dates, Madam Clerk? All right. And counsel, who were the individuals that you said we would need to reschedule?
The first one is Steele Gerard. He's in medical.
Okay, so he will be reset to tomorrow. Let me make a note. All right, and then who were the other individuals?
The last individual is going to be David Loshaw. He's on the second page. He refused to come up.
All right, this is the second time Mr. Loshaw has refused to come over. So I find a waiver of his appearance by virtue of his conduct. And this is case number 21CF263. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit, and I will provisionally appoint the public defender to represent Mr. Loshaw. I reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause for the offense charged. And that was possession of controlled substance in 2 counts, and possession of drug paraphernalia in a 3rd count. Bonds were set at $1,000 each on counts 1 and 2, and $500 on the 3rd count, for a total of $2,500. I do stay those bonds with the special condition that he not possess or use any drugs or narcotics without a valid prescription. I'm revoking his bond in case number 2021 MM130. Is there a court date, Madam Clerk?
No, on demand.
All right. Is that all, counsel?
That's all for now.
Okay, thank you. All right. And that brings us to Markeith Campbell. Good afternoon, Mr. Campbell. Judge Draper, when she was still on the bench, issued a warrant after finding that you failed to appear for a jury trial. So that's why you were arrested. And I should put on the record, this is case number 2017 CT 1943. I don't know if you were previously represented by the public defender or not, so I'm provisionally appointing them now. If they have not been previously appointed, and if you wish to have them appointed, you can complete an affidavit of indigency and the court will appoint them unconditionally if you qualify at a later date. Judge Draper set bond at $19,999. And are there any court dates, Madam Clerk?
Yes, next court date, February 16th at 8:15 a.m.
All right, February 16th at 8:15 a.m. will be your next court date, sir. Thank you. All right, and then this brings us to Gregory Carlisle.
Your Honor, just for the record, Mr. Carlisle has obtained representation of private counsel, and they filed a notice of appearance yesterday at 3:17 p.m.
Okay, are they here or there?
No, Your Honor, just wanted to let you know for the appointment of the public defender.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Carlisle, you're here for the first appearance. Judge Schreiber has found probable cause. This is case number 21MM171. Judge Schreiber has previously made a determination of probable cause. So all I have to do is determine your conditions of release. Based on what I have reviewed, I'm going to set bond at $1,000 with pretrial release conditions. You may have no contact with the listed victim and no return to the victim's residence. And are there any court dates, Madam Clerk?
On demand.
All right. And, sir, you are entitled to be represented by counsel, and it appears that you've obtained counsel. So thank you. All right, the next case, actually cases. Jeffrey and Jose Corsino. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, you're here on 5 different cases. 2019 CF 744, 2019 CF 746, 2019 CF 747, 2019 CF 745, and 2019 CF 115. In each of those cases, you were arrested for violations of probation that are alleged by the state. Judge Karsten reviewed the affidavits and determined that the warrants should issue, and he set the bond at 0 in each of those cases. You're entitled to be represented by counsel, sir. I'm going to provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. If you wish to be represented by that office unconditionally in these cases, you can complete affidavits for each case, and the court, the various judges, because I believe these are in front of different judges, would make those appointments at a later time if you qualify. You also can hire your own counsel privately if you wish. Madam Clerk, are there any court dates set for Mr. Corsino?
Yes, next court date for all 5 cases is February 9th at 9:15 a.m.
Okay. Those apparently are, sir, all in front of Judge, Nix Walker. I misunderstood. Thank you. All right, and that brings us to Mr. David Garcia.
He's approaching, Your Honor.
All right, good afternoon, sir. So you're here, you were arrested on warrants issued by Judge Epperson. Judge Epperson determined in case number 2020 CT 3348 that you failed to appear for arraignment. He determined in case number 2020 CT 3347 that you failed to appear for arraignment. He set bond at $5,000 in the 3348 case and at $250 in the 3347 case.
Your Honor,
Yes.
the failure to appear was not willful. He was actually in custody in Polk County during that time.
Well, being in custody is not necessarily an unwillful because it results from the commission of an act. So that's an issue that will have to be taken up with Judge Epperson. I'm going to provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. Sir, if you wish to be represented by that office, counsel, do you know if he was already represented by your office?
Not that I'm aware of. He says he was, but I don't have my computer in front of me to verify that information.
Okay. All right. All right, sir. I don't know if you're represented by the Public Defender's Office or not, so I'm provisionally appointing them today in an abundance of precaution. If you are represented by them already, that's fine. If not, you'll need to fill out applications, affidavits of indigency, and Judge Epperson would address those if you qualified at a later time, okay? Madam Clerk, is there a court date?
Yes, next court date on both cases, February 16th at 10:30 a.m.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. That brings us to Mr. Taylor.
He's approaching, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Taylor.
We're going to waive the reading of the charges, Your Honor.
Okay. You what? Yeah, right. Okay. All right, Mr. Taylor. This is case number 21 CF 243.
Your Honor, we'll be waiving the reading of those charges.
Right, thank you. Sir, you are entitled to be represented by counsel. I'm going to provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to assist you. You can hire private counsel, or if you wish to have the public defender represent you throughout the case, you can complete an affidavit of indigency, and the division judge would address that if you qualify at a later date, but they do represent you for now. Reading of the charges have been waived. Judge O'Kane found probable cause for your current arrest, sir. I've reviewed the charges and the circumstances. Based on that, I'm going to set bond at $99,999. And prior to your release, you must surrender your passport to the clerk of the Osceola County Clerk of Courts. And you must report to the bond agent in person every Wednesday. That's a condition of the bond. And you must immediately report to the Osceola County Sheriff's Office after your release to take care of the business there that you have to take care of. And in case number 2020 CF 3582, I am revoking that bond. Okay. Are there any court dates, Madam Clerk?
No, on demand.
Okay.
What was the bond?
$99,999. Good. That brings us to Karan Taylor.
They're bringing him forward, Your Honor.
Okay. Hello, sir. You're here in case number 2012 CF 339. You're entitled to be represented by counsel. I'm going to provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You can hire private counsel if you wish, or if you wish to be represented by the Public Defender's Office, you can complete an affidavit of indigency, and if you qualify, the division judge would appoint that office at a later time to represent you unconditionally, but they are assisting you for today's purposes. Sir, you were arrested for violations of probation. Judge Karsten reviewed the affidavits of violation and determined that a warrant should issue. He set your bond at 0. Madam Clerk, are there any court dates?
The only date that they had available was April 15th at 9:30 a.m.
All right, sir. April 15th at 9:30?
Yes.
At 9:30 will be your next court date. The Public Defender's Office can attempt to get your case in front of a judge sooner if they believe it's appropriate. And the judge has room on the calendar, okay? Thank you. All right, do we have Mr. Ray Avila? Good afternoon, sir. Do you pronounce your last name Avila or Avila? Avila, okay. I've heard it pronounced both ways, so. All right, sir. Your case number is 21MM246. As you've heard me telling other people, you're entitled to be represented by counsel. I'm provisionally appointing the Public Defender's Office to assist you today. If you qualify and wish to be represented by that office, you can complete an affidavit of indigency, and the division judge, if you qualified, would appoint the office to represent you unconditionally at a later time. Otherwise, you can hire private counsel. But I am provisionally appointing them to assist you today. You were arrested, sir, for battery, touch or strike. I've reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause for the offense charged. Sir, I'm going to set your bond at $500 with pretrial release conditions. I'm going to order that you not return to the address where the alleged offense occurred. Do you live there any longer, sir? All right, so I will allow you to return one time, escorted by law enforcement to obtain your personal belongings. You may not have any contact with the listed victim. There are some child sharing issues, I'm aware, and so you may have visitation, but that your child time sharing arrangements will have to be conducted through a third party. And if there are any family court proceedings pending, as a condition of probation, I'm going to order that you comply with all family court orders regarding the child time sharing. You may not possess any weapons or firearms as a condition of your release as well, sir. Okay? Thank you, sir. All right, that brings us to Kimberly Richards. Afternoon, ma'am. This is case number 21MM247. Ma'am, you're entitled to be represented by counsel. I'm going to provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You can hire private counsel, or if you wish to be represented by the public defender, you can complete an affidavit of indigency, and the court would appoint that office to represent you unconditionally at a later date. You were arrested, ma'am, with petty theft between $100 and $300. I reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause for the offense charged. I'm going to stay the bonds stay the bond at the $500 amount. I'm going to order no return to Walmart at 3250 Vineland Road in Kissimmee. Are there any court dates, Madam Clerk?
On command.
All right. Thank you. All right, then next we have Roxana Segado Grullon.
She's approaching, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is case number 21MM248. Ma'am, you're entitled to be represented by a counsel. I'm provisionally appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you today. If you wish to be represented by that office, you can complete an affidavit of indigency, and if you qualify, the court would appoint that office unconditionally at a later date. Otherwise, you can hire private counsel as well. You were charged, ma'am, with battery domestic violence. I reviewed the arrest affidavit, and I do find probable cause for the offense charged. I'm going to set bond at $1,000 with pretrial release conditions. I'm going to order that you have no contact with the alleged victim, no return to the residence you share with the alleged victim. You may return one time escorted by law enforcement to obtain your personal effects, and you may not possess any weapons or firearms. All right, thank you. All right, then that brings us to, I'm not sure how to pronounce the name, Sanchez?
She's approaching, Your Honor.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. All right, this is case number 21MM249. Ma'am, you're entitled to be represented by a lawyer. I'm provisionally appointing the Office of the Public Defender today. If you wish to be represented by that office unconditionally in this case, you need to complete an affidavit of indigency, and if you qualify, the court will appoint that office unconditionally at a later time. Otherwise, you have the right to hire private counsel. You were charged, ma'am, with petty theft of between $100 and $300. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit, and I do find probable cause for the offense charged. I'm going to stay the bond at $500. Order that you not return to Walmart at 3250 Vineland Road in Kissimmee. I'm also going to revoke the bonds in case numbers 20MM2976, 20MM2977, and 20CF3784. Thank you, ma'am. All right, if we can have Nathan Williams.
He's approaching, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Williams. Sir, your case number is 21 CF 279. You're entitled to be represented by counsel. You can hire counsel, or if you wish to be represented by the Office of the Public Defender, you can complete an affidavit of indigency, and if you qualify, the court will appoint that office to represent you at a later date. I'm provisionally appointing the Office of the Public Defender today. Sir, you were charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause for the offense charged. I'm going to set bond at $5,000 with pretrial release conditions. And I'm going to order that prior to your release, you surrender all firearms to the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, and you may not possess any weapons or firearms. Okay? Are there any court dates, Madam Clerk?
On demand.
All right. There are no current court dates set, sir. Thank you. Surrender all firearms, and he may not possess any weapons or firearms as a condition of bond. All right, and then that brings us to Mr. Patrick Williams. All right, good afternoon, sir. This is case number 21 CF 280. Sir, you're entitled to be represented by counsel. You can hire private counsel, or you can be represented by the Office of the Public Defender. If you qualify to do that, you'll need to complete an affidavit of indigency, and if you qualify, the division judge will appoint that office to represent you unconditionally. I am provisionally appointing that office today. You were charged, sir, with two charges: aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and violation of a pretrial release condition in a domestic violence case. I reviewed the affidavit, the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause for the offenses charged. Based on those circumstances, I'm going to set bond at $10,000 with the and require you to surrender all weapons and firearms and ammunition to the Osceola County Sheriff's Office before your release. Conditions of bond will be no weapons or firearms, no contact with the alleged victim, no return to Quality Inn, and the domestic violence injunction also remains in place. I'm going to revoke bond in case number 2020 MM 3072. Are there any court dates, Madam Clerk?
On demand.
All right, no current court dates set. Thank you.
So was it 10,000 on each count or just?
I'm sorry, that was a round figure. It will be 7,500 on count one and 2,500 on count two. All right, then that brings us to Ember Neri. Good afternoon, ma'am. This is case number 21 CF 281. Ma'am, you're entitled to be represented by counsel. I'm going to provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you today. If you wish to be represented by that office, you need to complete an affidavit of indigency, and if you qualify, the court will appoint that office unconditionally to represent you in this case. That would occur at a later date. You can also hire private counsel. Ma'am, you were arrested for possession of controlled substance, possession of drug paraphernalia, resisting arrest without violence, and providing a false name to law enforcement. Bonds are $1,000 on count one and $500 each on counts 2 through 4. I do find probable cause for the offenses charged after reviewing the affidavit of arrest. I'm staying the bonds and making as a condition of bond that you may not use any drugs or narcotics without a valid prescription. All right. Are there any dates, Madam Clerk? All right, there are no current dates set, ma'am. And that brings us to LaShawn Bourne. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Bourne. We have 4 cases for you, sir. Case numbers 2021 CF 257 and 2021 CF 258 arose out of the same episode. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit, and I do find probable cause for those charges. In case number 257, you were arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. Bonds are set at $2,500 and $500, and I'm going to stay the bonds in that case. In case number 258, you're arrested, sir, for driving while license suspended or revoked as a third or subsequent violation. Bond on that charge is $2,500, and I'm staying that bond as well. In case number 2021 CF 18, Judge Beamer reviewed the affidavit and determined that probable cause exists for the charge of sale of cocaine and set your bond at $1,000. And in case 2020 CT 2019, a warrant was issued for your arrest for failure to appear as determined by the judge in that case, and there is no bond on that case. You're entitled to be represented by a lawyer, sir. I'm provisionally appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. If you wish to be represented by that office unconditionally, you'll have to fill out an affidavit of indigency in each of the cases. And if you qualified, the judges in each of the cases would appoint that office to represent you at a later date. You can also hire private counsel. And Madam Clerk, are there any future court dates?
On case 20 CT 2019, next court date is February 16th at 10:30 a.m. All the other ones are on demand.
Okay, thank you, sir. And then that brings us to, is it Hector Santos Reyes? All right, good afternoon, sir. Sir, your case number is 21 CF 240. You're entitled to be represented by a lawyer. If you wish to be represented by the Office of the Public Defender, you can complete an affidavit of indigency, and the court would appoint that office unconditionally if you qualified. That would happen at a later date. Otherwise, you can hire private counsel. I'm appointing the Public Defender's Office today provisionally to represent you in this case. So you're charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit, and I do find probable cause for the offense charged. I'm going to set bond in this case at $10,000. I'm going to order that all weapons and firearms be surrendered to the Osceola County Sheriff's Office before your release. Conditions of bond are no contact with the alleged victim, no return to the location of the offense as set forth in the arrest affidavit. I believe that's in the vicinity of 1390 West Vine Street. You may not possess any weapons or firearms. Madam Clerk, are there any court dates? Okay, there are no other court dates set for you, sir. I'm going to also impose PTR conditions, $10,000 with PTR conditions. Okay, thank you, sir. And then that brings us to Kenneth Sheffey.
They're bringing him forward from the back, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Mr. Sheffey. I'm fine, thank you. Sir, your case is case number 2020 CT 2581. You're entitled to be represented by counsel. I'm going to provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender today to represent you. If you wish to be represented by that office unconditionally until your case is resolved, you can complete an affidavit of indigency, and if you qualify, Judge Epperson would appoint that office to represent you at a later time. You can also hire private counsel. You were arrested, sir, for alleged violations of probation. Sir, we're being recorded, so you shouldn't say anything because it can be used against you later. But that's why you were arrested. There were several violations alleged. This is a first appearance, not an arraignment. Judge Epperson reviewed the affidavit of the violations and issued the warrant on which you were arrested, sir. And he ordered that no bond be set. All right. Madam Clerk, is there a court date for Mr. Sheffey?
Next court date, February 4th at 8:05 a.m.
All right, that's your next court date in front of Judge Epperson, sir. All right, I believe that concludes our docket today. Is that correct? All right, we'll be adjourned. Thank you all.